Roger? Morning, Ron.
Good morning.
And Roger.
Gonna sit by the heater?
Pardon me?
Gonna sit by the heater?
Yeah. Feels pretty good.
It is 8 o'clock. We could call the meeting to order. You can stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone for public discussion? Roger, you have any? Okay, you wanna come up, state your name and share what you have?
Rod Vinkin from Tatonka. I was wondering, did you guys, call any of the courthouses that the compensation board brought to your attention a couple weeks ago,
In regards to,
their hours?
I have run home.
Yeah.
Tom was here again just last week or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And went over that again and gave us, didn't he give us that?
He gave us stuff, yeah.
He's correct, their hours are open from 8 to 4, but if you call the courthouse, which I strongly recommend you guys do, you'll realize their paid hours that they work is 35 at Hancock County, the one you said that it was identical to us, but you wanna make me a phone call right now so you know?
I'll take your word for it.
Well, that's what it is, I mean, I did, you gotta call the courthouse to find their paid hours, Isaac won't, like he did. That's, so just a call, and that way you know what thanks.
Thanks, Rod. Anyone else for public discussion? Okay, if not, would entertain a motion to approve the agenda and minutes from last week. One thing in approving the agenda, and I've already talked to Tammy here, being Kyle put the evaluation of the county engineer, I think it'd be good to postpone that a week, if that works for Doug. So the whole board can be here, especially if there's a possible closed session in that, so. But,
Okay.
suggestion.
You don't need action on.
Well, we need action on that, yep.
On excluding
To,
that.
to approve the agenda minutes, exclude the evaluation of the county engineer from the agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Motion by Haas,
I'll second.
second by Wactor. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous. Okay, EMS update, Phil. Good morning.
Morning. Thought I'd do this morning a little update on calendar year 2024. Call volume 2024, we ran 1,426 calls. 2023, we ran 1,350 calls. And 2022 was 1,275 calls. So we'll go about 100 calls a year. Transfer wise, we were running around 250 transfers. The last 2 years it's been closer to that 200 number, mainly because of bed shortages. A lot of people are either staying here or something else because there's no bed to take them to. So transfers are down a little bit, but even with transfers down a little bit, our call volume was still up 76 calls last calendar year. Advisory council, we met twice, going over budget stuff, the 4th and the 11th. We reviewed budget, as I said. We also reviewed the current EMS budget numbers of current fiscal year. And we reviewed our run call volume and our run call reports that we put out. So everything looks good. Our financials are in good shape this fiscal year as well. So staffing, we currently still have 2 positions open. It's been that way pretty much for the last year and a half. I do have an interview tomorrow with a paramedic, so we'll see how that goes. If we can get him, at that point, we would consider hiring another EMT and be fully staffed, so. Right now, I do have 4 EMT applications on my desk. We've been kind of holding off on doing something with those. 'Cause I don't want to tie all my spots up and not have the ability to hire advanced life support people, so. We'll see what goes there. Some of those we've already hired as part-time, so that we do have some additional part-time staff on board. CPR, last week we did CPR at the middle school, still doing CPR for businesses. Now that this EMT class is winding down, we're gonna get the courthouse CPR set up in March, so we'll have that going in March here for courthouse employees. Our service area, we continue to meet monthly as a service area, which is a 9-county region. That's held second Wednesday of every month. Most of those we do online. Occasionally, we do meet in Mason City. As I said, financials remain very strong thus far. Projected revenues on target, expenses. The good news is we're finally gonna be able to close our books on Soy City and Algona. We should have that closed by the end of this fiscal year, so we'll be receiving those fund balances into our account as well. That's probably in the neighborhood of $75,000 there that will come into our fund balance from those 2 entities. Grants, I recently wrote a grant, it was a safety grant for EMS. It was a 3-part grant. And that grant, we're supplying equipment to all ambulances in the county, not just to Kossuth County EMS, so this equipment that we're buying will be placed in all 14 ambulances in the county. And it's based on safety, so the first item that we bought was a child restraint system, and that's for newborns up to 100 pounds. We do transfer these people to Iowa City, to Des Moines, to Blank Children's Hospital, to Iowa City, to Minneapolis. It's a long ride. We don't have a good way to make sure those patients are secure in our vehicles. Those units run about $650 a piece. Buying 14 of them, we're looking at about $8,000. So I do have the grant money to pay for that. I did receive the first half of that grant money. The rest of that money is going to be coming from the Kossuth County EMS Association, which is different than us. It's the county group that raises funds. So that would be paid between those 2 entities, but it's through my budget is how I wrote the grant. So do I need to get that on the agenda to approve that purchase? Being it's over the $5,000, as part of a grant.
I think it's would
Be a good idea, yeah.
Okay. Preventative maintenance, our annual preventative maintenance is coming up in March, and that's on all of our electronic medical equipment that carry our ambulances. That runs us about $6,500 per year. That's a contract. I do have quotes on that. I need to accept the quote and get that set up for March. So I suppose I need to get that on the agenda too, because that's over $5,000 as well. So those 2, that's only 2 big purchases that we have. Education, we just had our annual EMS day on February 15th. That was from 8 a.m. to 5. We provide that to all EMS people in the county free of charge, and we offer both online and in person, so that people can remain in their communities for calls. March 12th, we're gonna be joining with the hospital doing a simulation training. That will be that night for the EMS people, so the volunteers can attend that as well. The 3rd Monday of April, we'll have our regular training schedule again, and then we will have the summer off for training. We don't get good attendance during the summer, so we won't be doing our monthly trainings in the summertime. Annual skills evaluation, we've started that. That's something that Dr. Lampion and Kossuth County EMS put together. We do go out to all the services in the county. We do a hands-on training with them once a year to make sure they're proficient in all the new changes with the protocol. So we've started that. We've completed a couple of them already. We try to have those all done before spring field work, so we have them knocked off, done before that stuff starts getting busy. So that's kind of all I have, what's going on right now in EMS. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't think so.
Alright,
Appreciate you coming in.
you bet, thank you.
Yep, have a good day, Phil. Okay, discussion decision to approve handwritten claim for $4,041.67 to Fairway. Need a motion for that?
So moved.
Motion by Wactor,
Second.
second by Garmin, to approve the handwritten claim. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. And we are up to discussion decision amendment to Kossuth County Ordinance number 114B regarding use of ATVs, UTVs in Kossuth County parks. Kendall?
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay, what Conservation Board has requested originally, when that ordinance was passed, if you refer to unlawful operation, which is section 4, number 7, it reads, in any park, wildlife area, preserve, refuge or game management area, gravel pit, or any other property owned by Kossuth County. What our board would like to do is strike the word park. The reason for that is the state parks now allow ATVs, UTVs within their roadways. The county allows UTVs, ATVs on the county roadways, so there's a lot of confusion. I can do it on a county road, I can do it in a state park. Why can I not do it on a county park? So our board thought we would be consistent with what the state park's doing and allow them, obviously they have to stay on the roadways, abide with all the regulations, but be able to take UTVs, ATVs in our county parks.
Sure.
It's obvious that they have to stay on the roadways.
It's posted, it's posted in your ordinance, it's posted, the limits and stuff are posted as you come into all our parks. So,
So when I pull into Smith Lake, all I see is none are allowed. Doesn't say anything about where or how, and I also see people there in the past couple of weeks using ATVs, and
yeah,
so I don't understand what the posting is versus what's happening.
well, the posting doesn't allow them, period. What we're having now is people coming in ice fishing and going out on the ice with their ATVs.
So it's more for summer use is what you're thinking? or-
The UTVs, ATVs are allowed on the ice. So yes, it would be anywhere in the park except for on the ice.
Okay.
That's basically the request in a nutshell on that one.
Okay. Any other questions for Kendall on that? Otherwise, we can entertain a motion to amend the,
Yeah,
Or-
so the motion's gonna have to be, cause you're still gonna have to have a public hearing and have 3 readings and all of that.
to amend the
So,
ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay,
so-
oh, sure, yep.
So you're gonna have to, set a date and time for a public hearing, have it published and then have it read 3 times.
And that would have to go through Todd probably. When I visited with him, that's what he told me.
Oh, okay.
You have direction from Todd on that?
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
He told me if the board did choose to amend the ordinance, they would need to go through him and follow what Tammy was talking about, publishing and public hearing and so forth.
Okay.
I have another question. So it says anything owned by Kossuth County, so you talked to, well, Doug, for example, and the gravel pits that the road department owns, or?
It doesn't change any of that, it just strikes the word park.
Am I reading? I'm looking at it, says change to any wildlife area, preserve, refuge, game management, gravel pit, or any other property owned by Kossuth County.
That's the new language, correct?
We're just taking the word park out of that.
I understand, I think I understand, but.
Everything listed there is unlawful. But you just read.
Right, you're changing to this, or you're changing to park?
All I'm doing is eliminating one area, the park area.
So parks,
Everything else is unlawful.
parks would no longer be considered an unlawful place within the county.
Everything listed in that section is unlawful. So we're striking the word parks.
Does it make sense to everyone? Okay, if the board wants to go forward with amending the ordinance, to omit that word, I'd entertain a motion to that effect or any other effect.
I still don't understand, when I look at section 4 here, it jumps from 1, 2 to 17, I'm still confused, so I'm not gonna make the motion.
No, that's fine, let's see, 1, 2, what do you mean by that, Howard?
When I look at section 4, what I have,
If you look at 7.
Yeah, in the packet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it skips
Okay.
that page.
Yep,
I
yep,
think, one of the pages didn't get copied out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
so,
Oh,
section
skip
4, item
one.
7,
Yeah.
okay, I didn't have that, alright.
Okay, then that's probably the issue. Tammy didn't get him, or whoever didn't get a copy to you. But if you flip,
You're just taking park out.
right, the rest of it still would be unlawful. Cause that's, you gotta look at this other page.
What am I looking at here?
Okay. This is unlawful operation,
Yeah.
and I list a bunch of them.
Yeah,
That's
So then if you go to number 7,
Is number-
yeah, I saw that, so here it says section 4, item 7.
everything between.
You're gonna change, are you gonna change to this, or you're just gonna, so what's this? This
So
is
it's
not
the
right?
back page, it's cause it's two-sided.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and so when it's scanned, it can scan the backside.
So you're changing from,
you're
oh,
changing,
you're dropping part, out. Well, it'll be this, okay,
Yes.
alright, okay. Okay, I see, I understand, thank you.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
on the same page now, okay. That's the motion by
On
Haas.
the page now, maybe.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Haas, second by Garmin, to amend the ordinance, 114B.
Well, no.
Or just, excuse me, to set the date and time for the public hearing, which could be when?
Well, how about if you just direct, Kendall to proceed with the county attorney on
And they can figure out a date.
amending the ordinance? How about that? Would
That'd be fine.
that be satisfactory? Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion then to
Direct.
direct Kendall to work with Todd on
Yes.
moving forward with that. Okay,
Can I ask a question?
And you
in
just-
regards
yeah.
to- It's not really about this motion, but the ordinances, when's our 5-year mark where we have to do all
This
of it?
year, yeah, so we
So
did it in
this could be-
2021, so
Could this
it'll
be
be in
incorporated?
2026.
No, it couldn't then, cause this would want to be done sooner.
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
I was just trying to save
yeah,
sure,
time
Time and
and
money.
money,
Yep.
but, okay.
okay, there's a motion, the second on the floor. Any other discussion on that? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. And then we have another ordinance number 512
Yes.
that you,
Okay, 2 requested changes on that. It's ordinance number 12, and then it was renamed to 512. Section 17 reads as follows: no camping unit shall be permitted to camp for a period longer than that designated by the board for a specific county park, and in no event longer than a period of 2 weeks. What the board would like to strike is the end of that, which says in no event longer than a period of 2 weeks. And the reason for that, this original ordinance was made in 2004. Our camping has changed since then. We have, right now, places you can camp longer than 2 weeks. For instance, we have a seasonal option. We also have a time in the spring and a time in the fall where we don't have a time limit. So it contradicts what we have on the books right now as far as the length that people can stay when they're camping. If anybody,
This wasn't already in effect, or,
pardon me?
or, I was thinking, wasn't there already that time limit?
Yeah,
on
Yeah,
this?
he
just
wants
taking
to
out the
strike the
2 week
time.
part.
Oh, okay.
It's
Right.
taken out the two.
Okay,
Yep, yep.
So then that would read, the change would be this: no camping unit shall be permitted to camp for a period longer than that designated by the board for a specific county park, period. That would be the change.
okay. And then there's a second change there as well.
Yes, the second change, is section 24. Having to do with, blinds and decoys on game management area. The reason for the request on that, when that was originally put in place, the Code of Iowa numbers were correct. That has changed, so the way that reads right now, it says the Iowa Administrative Code 571-51.5, all that covers is running dogs on game management area. We want it to cover the chapter that actually covers the blind, and the decoys, so we would change the wording on that.
Essentially just dropping out the 0.5 at the end.
Yeah, just dropping off 0.5, so then the Iowa Administrative Code covers that whole area on game management area.
Correcting or clarifying that, yep,
That's the only change on that.
okay.
Same situation, you have to have a hearing, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, we will, yep.
I'll make a motion to direct Kendall to work with Todd on setting a date and time for public hearing to make this amendment.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we have a motion by Wactor, second by Garmin. Any discussion or question on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous, thanks Kendall. Okay. Next up, we have discussion with county employees regarding wage increases. Will, you put this on the agenda, I'd request if you could come up to the front, please, and just state your name and your purpose for the agenda item.
Hi, I'm Will Stricker.
Good morning.
Maintenance, Kossuth County Courthouse. My concern is you guys make a decision, and then halfway through your decision, you change your mind. You decide to give EMS a 6% raise, but all the county employees a 4% raise. Why?
I did,
Well, I know who voted yes, so
Yeah.
I'm asking why. There's three of you, but one is not.
due to the fact that EMS is a 24-hour service, and they have to maintain certain qualifications, certifications to do that. And they have their own levy, staying within those tax dollars, so that's
So
my
them tax
understanding
dollars
of what,
are different than our tax dollars.
they're the same tax dollars,
Then that ain't a fight, is it?
it's a different levy,
Is it not tax dollars?
it's all tax dollars.
Okay, so that don't count. I wanna know why they're getting 6 and we're only getting 4. You don't think I'm here at 3 in the morning moving snow?
I know you are.
Okay, then that's not a
But-
fight either.
But that's not a 24/7 service.
Are we not public employees and we should all be treated the same? No matter what our job is?
It's different, I mean, you're not gonna be, you don't have the same job as a sheriff's deputy, I mean, it's.
So they're gonna get more too, cause I heard that was in the meeting too, that he offered them 7%.
Board didn't make a
Hasn't been
decision, but-
decided yet.
Well, it's been brought up,
Yeah,
but
discussion.
here we are. You guys wonder why morale is so crappy around here. You don't think these people sitting in here do anything? What happens if none of them show up on a day?
I don't think we're saying any of that,
But you just did, because you're saying it's different.
no. We're saying it's different because they have a, advisory board that goes through their budget, and when they came back to us and said that they can, afford in their budget to be able to give their employees a 6% raise, that's, you know, if they did that work to do that and keep it within their budget on their, tax levy, that's, I mean,
That's great, I'm glad you bring that point up, Josh, because didn't your compensation board go through the same thing and offer you a 0% raise? But yet you're giving yourself a 4%?
Four.
Trying to be consistent this year, and that's, that,
Whoa, here's the consistent word, but yet it's 6, 7, and 4 from a 0.
the sheriff is different with the back the blue law, but that's,
That's the sheriff, not talking to sheriff.
I do.
Elected officials, I have not brought them into this. I brought you into it because you made a comparison.
You know, you watched the video, you know how I voted on that, but
So that's what you have, they have a different job title, so we take them in the shorts again. Cause that's how I really put it on the agenda, but my boss cleaned it up.
no, it's on there. But,
Ron Reefer.
good morning.
Appreciate the time and giving the chance to talk up here. I've been here 31 years, and I'm still learning the meaning of fair and even. And I don't know at this day that I still know the meaning of that. EMS, if I call 911, God, I hope one of them fellas is there when I open up my eyes. But when you say 24/7, and that makes them more important, 24/7 across the street, that's maintenance. We got a pole dancer that throws a Monopoly board in the middle of the night, hits a sprinkler head, 24/7, who comes to clean it up? Ron does. Got a drunk in the drunk pod, beats the sprinkler head, floods the jail, who comes in? Ron does. That's 24/7. Jailer's call, no heat in the pod, who comes in? Ron does. That's 24/7. I understand, I've asked Tammy, said, obviously getting this better wage, you either have to have a board or a commission. So I said, let's start a maintenance board. She says it doesn't work that way. Why not? If that's what it takes to get things done on an even and fair basis, why can't I do that? Just my point of view.
That's right. Okay. Thank you, and
I didn't plan on
Oh.
talking, gosh, okay, can I just stand over here?
oh, could you please come forward and state your
Cheryl
name?
Long,
Yeah.
driver's license, like I said, I've been here 22 years, I really wasn't gonna speak today, but I think nobody wants to take away what these other offices are getting. I think it's just 24/7, Marlis Jennings spoke before, we all get text messages after hours. What do I need for the real ID for driver's license? What are your hours? Do I need an appointment? So-and-so had a seizure, can you help me? What do I have to do? There's so many different things, and that's just my office, speaking of that. And I think our office is one that downstairs in driver's license, there's 2 people, and I don't think it can really be compared to anything else, and I wasn't gonna go here, but it's so hard because we are so separating the courthouse and the county employees. This is Tuesday, and this week I have had to take 2 licenses that were voluntary surrendered. Last Friday, I had to help a minor, with a re-exam, and if you're not familiar what a re-exam is, that means they get a letter, they were in an accident, there was a fatality, there was something that happened to their health. They have to come in and do vision, they have to bring a medical, they have to do a cognitive assessment with me, then do an oral test, and then do a drive test. This is a process I get to do with them 3 times, okay? It was a hard week last week and a hard week today, even after doing this for a total of 25 years, it doesn't get any easier, but I take pride in what I do. It doesn't end at 4 o'clock when I go home. I wish it did, but it doesn't. It's the hardest thing and it never gets easier. Everybody in this building has something that they have to do that they don't like in their job, and I understand that. But at some point, we've gotta get back. We even said, that, we were told, that 4% isn't even getting us to what we missed last year. So I just really want you to encourage you to kind of think about keeping everybody more equal, if that's what we're trying to do. Again, yes, they're 24 hours, they're 24/7, but we don't all just shut off at 4 o'clock. So, thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. Okay. Appreciate your comments and, yeah, we'll continue to discuss things.
Without standing at the podium, Karen Van Scooter, County Recorder. I have never seen such low morale in my 30 years here as I have in the past 4 years. We have the most wonderful employees, we have the most wonderful services, and I feel that those services are leaving Kossuth County one by one, employee by employee, due to the actions of our board, which is sad to say. I know we said the 4% was a starting point. I thought I heard that word in the beginning of budget discussions. So I hope that the word starting point, those words are something you'll look at. I know I heard starting point. These people in this room, plus this whole building, keep this building running. And if you look at your numbers, I also heard it's not about the money in some of the budget workshops. So when you get to your bottom line, please in your hearts and in your minds, keep these people in mind, because we're tired of coming in every Tuesday and fighting a fight, which has been the case. Those are my feelings.
Well, we have budget workshops and budget discussions later today, and you're absolutely right, we did say 4% was where we were gonna start for the year. Whether that's where we end or not, I guess that's up for the board to decide, but, yeah, appreciate your work and coming in and we'll move forward with discussions later this morning.
I'm new and probably naive, but I'd say it is about the money. There's gotta be money there to pay it.
And I heard there was, so crunch your numbers, look hard, look around the room, and reevaluate your priorities.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on to discussion, decision, request for opioid treatment program funds.
So I told
Prepare
them
your-
about 9 o'clock, so
Okay.
if we can come back to that.
Okay, we'll come back to that. And then
Were they
we,
planning on being here, or did you need to call?
What time are you gonna?
No, they're coming.
What's that?
What time are you coming back to the Oak?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Okay, I'll come back.
Alright, thanks, Roger. And then we're up to Doug. We had, Doug, good morning.
Good morning.
Had a discussion, decision, evaluation of the Kossuth County engineer with possible closed session. The board did, vote this morning to postpone that, a week per your schedule. Just being Supervisor Stecker was the one that put that on the agenda and wanted that there. And he is out sick, not even able to join electronically today, so we felt it was best to wait on that. So, is that gonna work for you next week, or is a different week better, or?
Well, I'm here right now. It's odd that I believe it was Supervisor Stecker on December, or excuse me, let me get my notes.
Well, I think that.
So January 28th, for whatever reason, Supervisor Stecker acting on his own, I believe he might have mentioned it to Supervisor Knapp, put it on the board's agenda. And I'm wondering, did the board want that to happen on January 28th?
I had requested that be postponed to today, simply just because we had enough budget discussions and.
No, on the 28th. You didn't postpone it until about January 30. Actually, Friday, January 31.
Yep,
You notified me and said this has been postponed.
correct.
January 28th. Supervisor Stecker placed it on the board agenda. And I know that he mentioned it to Supervisor Knapp, but my question is, was that an act of the Board of Supervisors.
To put that on the agenda? Is that what you're asking?
Correct,
Yeah.
the board.
No, I don't believe it
Thank
was,
you.
yeah.
So is it the board's desire to do this evaluation? Or is it one board member that wants to do the evaluation?
I would say the board as a whole, I mean, historically, you had brought it to the board every year. It's been a couple years since we've done one. It'd be good to keep that.
Well, I think we need to have a point of order. We did strike it from our agenda, so I think, we're going off by still discussing it, even though we removed it from our agenda for today.
Well, I'll just do it during discussion with engineer then, that's good.
We do have discussion with Doug on the agenda, but that's fine.
Yep.
Okay, well, could we do right away first then?
Sure. We have 2 requests for construction within the road right of way. The first comes from Iowa Lakes Electric Cooperative of Esterville. They are going to be replacing and setting power poles in the very same location in the west right of way of 150 Avenue between 4402 150 Avenue and 450 Street. This is right south of Ledyard. And I would recommend that the board would approve that, and then there's also in the same motion, they're going to be installing some cabinets in the road right of way, taking some power from underground to above ground, and then they're from above ground to underground, then they're gonna be boring underneath of 140 Avenue to service a farm building site, and I would recommend that the board would approve of that as well. So there's 2 different permits, both by Iowa Lakes Electric Cooperative.
Okay.
So the one's in Ledyard Township and the one's in Ramsey, and the other one is somebody different, right?
The one in Ramsey's, excuse me, they're 2 separate, one in Ledyard, one in Ramsey Township, both Iowa Lakes Electric Cooperative.
And we need 1 motion or 2 motions?
One
motion, okay,
For both permits.
for both permits, okay.
I heard your recommendation, you recommend doing it, there's nothing odd or different about this from anything you've done in the
No,
past?
no, these are standard
Okay.
maintenance.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
to approve these 2 requests.
Second.
Motion by Haas, second by Garmin. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Okay. Anything else?
And then, we have a request, this would be from Algonah Municipal Utilities. This has to do with some realignment that's going to take place, this summer with the construction of, Highway 18. They are buying some road right away to put in some turning lanes out by the biodiesel road. And they need to move some utilities, Algonah Municipal Utilities do. There'll probably be one for some overhead lines as well coming in. Again, I would recommend that the board would approve of this request from Algonah Municipal Utilities.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Garmin.
I'll second.
Josh seconds. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Anything else for right away?
That is all the requests for work in the road right away.
Okay,
I'll get these signed here quick, Carter.
yep.
There's that one there on the bottom line. Need that one there. Too many paper clips. And that one then, please, thank you.
Well, yep, I can do that. Okay, yeah, go ahead with discussion then.
Yeah, I think I have my answer, but it does seem strange that, the Board of Supervisors, again, I just would like to know if this is a board request or not. What just occurred seems a little strange as well, because when you look at the Kossuth County Engineer's Office, discussion, certifications, we're licensed engineers. I get phone calls all the time. Please take that into consideration as well with the Secondary Road Department and the Engineer's Office. This morning, our operators did come in early to sand. They are maintaining gravel roads this week. We continue to work with FEMA. We're scheduling interviews for the transfer station. Quotes for gravel crushing is on the agendas, the board's agenda for next week, to review those. And I am working with Corey Peterson, trying to introduce him to zoning and what needs to be worked on. So I do not know how long that is going to take. Obviously, we don't have all the different types of zoning work going on right now, and Corey and I have been discussing things and trying to get that taken care of. So.
Very good, thank you.
Well, not to sound like a broken record, so there used to be, or there has been an annual review of the county engineer, and we got away from it, or didn't get away from it, or.
In the agreement that I have with the Kossuth County Board of Supervisors, it does say the Board of Supervisors will provide the county engineer with a written review once a year.
And you follow a standard outline, or what do you do, or how?
Then be the sheet that Doug had sent out.
Got it in your email, it might have gone to your personal email or something, but it would have been.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So-
When was this usually done? What time of year?
March,
Do you
April
remember?
time.
It would be done pretty much after the budget, if I remember correctly. When-
Yeah,
When we used to have a lot more discussion between the board chair and the county engineer. The communication in the last couple of years, and I'll be honest, has declined. Amber and Howard have been in my office since January, more than what some supervisors have in their whole term. And I do appreciate that discussion, questions, answers. The last time there was a evaluation, it turned into it was not based on any facts. Went into closed session. One supervisor actually voted against an employee's right to go into closed session. So I have taken the approach that it's not my responsibility. It's the board of supervisors' responsibility. And if the board wants to do it, they can provide me the written. And if they wanna go into evaluation, I'm more than happy to do it. I'll do it right now. But I don't know why, if one board member happens to be absent, why it would matter for a board to make an evaluation. I mean, is there some sort of a is there ulterior motives that board of supervisor who originally put it on the agenda? And since that board member is not here, the board can't do it? I don't know.
The board certainly can do it, it's just,
Can do,
can do an
so why wouldn't
I
evaluation.
don't think we can.
We
So
can't
why-
today, but
why wouldn't you do it? The board would, why would you not? You had planned on it, you planned on it January 31.
well, that was for other reasons I postponed that, but,
I know you postponed it to today.
correct. The fact was that if Kyle put it on the agenda to have that, I assume there are things that, reasons that he wanted that on the agenda. And out of, especially if there's possible closed session involved, it'd be good to have the whole entire board involved in that, but out of respect to everyone involved in that,
Well, it comes back, I mean, is it Supervisor Stecker that is requesting this or has this, or is it the Board of Supervisors?
the board of supervisors did vote to postpone that this morning.
No, I'm asking why it's on the agenda. I'm not talking about.
Any board member has a right to put something on the agenda.
Okay, but then is that board of supervisor member, if they put something on the board's agenda, are they acting for the complete board?
No, because action
No.
is taken at the
Okay.
time of the board meeting. Yeah, I could put on the agenda, you know, we wanna have a zoo, county zoo, but it doesn't mean that the board's gonna vote for it, you know what I mean? It's just,
No, I don't.
well, any board member
I
can
mean,
put
the
whatever
Board
they
of
like
Super-
on the agenda.
Board of
It's just-
Supervisors is one. It's not an individual board member.
I understand that, that's
So
why,
in that thought process, then we'd have to sit here and approve everything that we're gonna put on the agenda each week for the next week. That's my thought.
We can have
If a board
discussions
member
on
wants to
that,
put,
yeah.
yeah, if a board member wants to put it on the agenda, they have every right to, just like any member of the public wants something on the agenda, they have the right to, they don't have to bring it to the board to get approval to put it on the agenda. They just request that it be added to the agenda, that's,
Okay, so then it is the board's desire.
and
Yes.
there was a motion and a vote that we postpone this for 1 week, depending on your schedule, if that works for you or not.
will that work to do it next week?
Well, I have other things on the agenda for next week.
Would you prefer
I've
2
been-
weeks?
I've been here, I think I've been here pretty much every Tuesday for a long time, so I will be here.
Okay,
Unless something unexpected happens. I think the last time that it happened, I had family that was sick.
oh. Is that good with you then, to have that on the agenda next week?
It's not my,
Okay,
it's,
well,
it's the board.
it doesn't work with your schedule is what I'm asking.
Pardon me?
Does it work with your schedule?
I'm planning to be here next Tuesday.
Okay,
yes.
well, we'll keep it on the agenda for next week then.
Are you guys familiar with Cedar Rapids and what is going on with court cases as far as going into closed session?
Cedar Rapids,
I
I'm
would
not.
say no, I am.
No,
Or enlighten us?
not.
I- 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 I-
it went to court where an employee was, I'm not an attorney.
As opposed to the rest of us.
Well, an attorney sued to get records that were in closed session because he said there was not any kind of, there was not a needless or irreparable injury to the individual's reputation.
Which is something that reads to go into closed session.
To go into closed session, you can go into closed session, the government body may hold a closed session only by affirmative public vote of either 2/3 of the members of the body or all the members present at the meeting. A governmental body may hold a closed session only to the extent a closed session is necessary for any of the following reasons. And one of the reasons is to evaluate the professional competency of an individual whose appointment, hiring, performance, or discharge is being considered when necessary to prevent needless and irreparable injury to that individual's reputation and that individual requests a closed session.
Yep.
So it's gone to the appellate court, and the appellate court held the district court's decision that be made public, because there was no irreparable. Still in court system.
Sure. Okay, anything else for Doug then, or vice versa? Thank you.
Alright,
Thanks.
Have a good week.
Yeah, me too.
Alright. You wanna call Marge,
I'll go grab
or
it.
you can go grab her?
I didn't wanna sound like there was maybe some discussion going on, so I didn't
And
wanna.
Kelsey's here if you wanna do hers.
Oh,
or
sure.
that.
Yep, we'll go back to the
Go
opioid
ahead
treatment
and have a
program
seat right up
funds.
here, Kelsey.
Oh,
Right
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wanna call Roger. Oh, I can
You got
call
him?
him,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh,
We're
you're
taking a
okay.
break.
We could,
Yeah, we can
yeah,
take a quick break.
we'll
Okay,
take a
let you
break,
get
let
set
you
up.
get set up and
Roger's coming.
run the restroom.
You got
Is it an okay
PowerPoint?
spot?
Yeah,
Well,
that's great.
If
Tanya
you
mentioned that everyone has the
Yeah.
PowerPoint, so I was just gonna, either way, I can,
Oh,
I mean,
I can look on my computer.
Yeah, I've got it in
Yeah,
the packet
yeah,
here.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
whichever is your preference, because I can hopefully pull the PowerPoint up, or I can go through it on mine.
I just didn't know if
I've got
anybody
it.
else was gonna be
Hey,
here from the
we're gonna
public that
take a
kinda
break and
wanted
then
to see
the,
that, and
opioid
that's
said
why.
that she
I
was
have
here,
it,
so.
if,
Yeah, and we have a way to hook up over
He
on this
never
side.
said
if you
either
wanted
way,
to.
so I don't know.
absolutely.
I did let him know, so, okay. Yeah, bye.
hello, how are you? Good. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Alright.
Yeah, HDMI, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
Probably on the other side. I got you covered. Not using that in
No.
USB-C.
Oh, perfect. No, you're asking someone from medical, so non-tech IT at all.
Well, I do IT for a living, so.
Oh. In great hands then.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. I will kind of.
decide which side of the pole you wanna be on?
So, which way to go here?
Yeah, it's real convenient for if you're running
That's all right.
the, running the
Oh, gosh.
show there.
We make it work, right?
Where are you out of?
Mason City?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
not too far away.
Yeah. Really easy drive, for sure, so.
Roger's on his way up,
Okay.
just saw him walking. Make it a little bit easier.
There you go.
Josh, do you have 30 seconds before it gets everybody back?
Yeah.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Is this a new program you guys are gonna offer?
It is, so I'll kind of talk about it
Right.
here, but as the state's now requiring, now that they're doing, switching over to like the CCBHC, standard of care for mental health, now they're requiring molecular clinic within 60 miles of that. And the furthest, closest one I should say is Waterloo, especially depending on the radius, and so Prairie Ridge is gonna be, opening up one here shortly to be able to offer that service.
Cool.
Yeah, we're.
So I come over to see what your program is about there.
Yeah, I was excited, it's
Howard.
always nice to have one.
Harley
person
was your
because,
dad.
you know, we
Yeah,
work so
okay.
closely and.
Well, he just passed away last year?
4 years ago.
Oh, it's been 4 years.
It's kind of funny that this.
Did they just have a service?
No.
No, hasn't been,
Oh,
okay.
okay, yeah, that's.
We,
Yeah,
before,
that's kind of what
so it was
we're-
21,
and maybe
so
you guys
it
can
wasn't
take the
the
information.
heart of COVID, but he passed away Easter
How long-
week, and so we
Okay.
delayed it 2 weeks at that time.
so-
Okay.
Not 2 weeks, but we got
Yeah,
out of
Tammy had
bowling
mentioned
week.
like, they
or
Sure,
usually
whatever.
it's about 30 minutes to get, Tammy missed.
But it's,
mentioned
yeah,
15,
time
so I
goes
was
by.
like,
Okay. Power through.
I was gonna power through.
It was actually, I think.
That way there could be
I
maybe a
don't, March
contraction.
21st or March
So,
25th is the actual
we'll
date.
see.
Okay.
I know you don't
Power
care.
through.
Good, but, yeah. And like my aunt and uncle I farmed with, she died in 09, he died in 11.
Okay, what was his name?
Jerry.
You know a lot of people in the county, if you know anybody that I think might be good for that, they don't have to.
Again, you don't care, my father was one of 4 brothers, and he was the last one to die.
Okay.
All right, I'll do some thinking.
Yeah, he,
If anybody just wants to investigate it, we'll provide.
and Riley died first, he was the oldest. He died first.
Meeting last night, and we
Jerry
were
died
doing
in
a search
11,
warrant.
Jim died in 17.
All that presentations, the backers were.
Father was.
Remind me again, which Monday is it every month? Fourth Monday of the
Yes,
month.
he did. Anyway, for that, I wanted everybody to hear.
Okay, yep, we got everybody, so let's go ahead with, opioid treatment program funds, Prairie Ridge.
Alright, my name is Kelsey Wood.
Good morning.
I'm currently our psychiatric medical clinic director at Prairie Ridge, and then I'll be soon shifting over to the program director for our opiate methadone clinic. Tammy, I mentioned like 15 minutes, so.
However long you need,
Okay.
Kelsey, is just fine, I don't think we have a limit, so.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just kind of power through it a little bit quicker, than normal. That way we can maybe open discussion at the end. I don't want to monopolize all your guys' time, so.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. So just some disclosures, Dr. Shane Jorgensen is one who created this PowerPoint, so, and then, so our main objectives is kind of to discuss what is a CCBHC, and kind of the reason why we're launching this within the community and the surrounding areas, to have a better understanding it and why Prairie Ridge is developing an opiate treatment program. To kind of give some background information, in the early 90s, substance use and mental health, it was really geared to more asylums where there's really poor conditions, ineffective treatments, and then as we've been progressing throughout the years, care has been getting better, been trying to integrate patients more into the community throughout the years, and to now where we're at is having that model of a CCBHC, so Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic.
And what that does is it really tries to target, not only being able to provide resources in larger communities, let's say like Des Moines, but being able to provide every resource that a patient could have in a Des Moines area, that a patient could have in a rural area as well. So we're really trying to partner with other agencies, making sure within certain radiuses that there are certain standards of care for all patients, not just if you are in a larger area. And so what it kind of started out as is there were certain states that were considered demonstration states that they rolled this standard of care out with. And as you can see, it's kind of starting to become overall the model that the US is going towards. And so Iowa a few years ago was a demonstration state, and Iowa is now considered a CCBHC. And Prairie Ridge has been selected to be a CCBHC within our areas. So what that really means is, I'm gonna kind of power through here. So what that means is within a 60-mile radius of where all of the counties that Prairie Ridge offers, there are 115 criteria that we need to meet to be able to serve our patient population. So Prairie Ridge has to be able to offer that within a 60-mile radius. Same with all the other selected CCBHCs within on this map right here. And so what the main thing is that we're kind of presenting here today is the fact that right now it's a really big challenge for our patients to receive methadone. And so the Des Moines and I want to say Waterloo are the closest. And so that's why Prairie Ridge is going to be state mandatory, why we have to be opening a methadone clinic. And as you can see here, the overdose rates since, I want to say since 1999, have increased an extremely high amount. Males typically tend to be the highest. Kind of just the US statistics right here. And as you can see, kind of the death rates have increased. Again, I'm trying to power through here really quick. And so this is a really interesting slide. As you can see, a lot of people, when they think of overdoses, they're thinking of heroin. Well, in a lot of communities, we're saying, no, it's not overdoses. They're not in our community because we don't have heroin. We just have, other things like methamphetamine. Well, the really scary thing is it's very, very common for patients to be overdosing on methamphetamine because it's super common for there to be fentanyl in the methamphetamine. So a lot of communities, if they're saying, well, it's not quite here, we're just hearing one substance, is actually typically in the community. It's just been introduced into a different form. So this slide it represents what the effects of opiates have. So typically when someone's under the influence of an opiate, they're going to have a lot of euphoria, analgesia, relaxation. You might see someone really sedated, decreased respirations. Everything really slows down. So that's going to be from constipation to the GI, and their pupils are going to constrict. The complete opposite is happening when someone's going through opiate withdrawal. So they're going to have a lot of dysphoria, pain, anxiety, irritability, insomnia, and where it really gets dangerous is that hypertension, tachycardia, nausea, vomiting, and their pupils are going to be the opposite. They're going to be dilating. So where the slide kind of helps, there's a lot of confusion of when patients are struggling with opiates and opiate use. When a patient starts taking an opiate, whether that is a prescription medication that was prescribed for a surgery or however they're introduced to the opiate, they're on kind of that normal, you're functioning at a normal basis. You take the medication, they might feel that high, then you're going to be slowly coming down, and then over time, you're going to hit this peak where they're saying, gosh, the same amount of opiates, it's not making me feel normal anymore. So I'm having to take more and more and more just to feel that normal. So there's no longer that high sensation. It's more so just to be able to strive to not have those withdrawal symptoms that we were talking about. So let's say an individual is using the same amount. Well, they're going to go down into that feeling sick, where they're going to feel that nauseous, they're going to feel they're vomiting, where that's where it's really hard for patients to function in their day-to-day lives. And that's where it's more so driven in that punishment feeling and not that high that patients are having. This just kind of shows that there's different criteria. There is mild, moderate, and severe forms of substance use for opioid use disorder, and depending on where the patient would be struggling with mild, moderate, severe would be kind of depending on where the treatment would fall. And this is to just show kind of we're just trying to get our patients back to feeling normal. So there are multiple forms of medication-assisted therapy, methadone, bupropion, and naloxone. And you're going to be able to see here that, so the reason why methadone is such one of the ideal treatments for patients who are struggling with opioid use is because it is a full agonist, and so it is going to bind with the receptors 100%. So that patient is going to be able to, their withdrawal symptoms are going to be able to decrease. They're going to be able to function with society. They're not going to feel that they're constantly, sweating, nausea, vomiting to get them over that withdrawal. Bupropion is an amazing medication-assisted therapy as well. It only binds about 50% to the receptors. So we might have some patients who are taking bupropion and it's great, they're able to, function within, do their jobs and whatnot. But then we might have a patient there saying, gosh, I'm maxed out on the amount of bupropion I can take. So that's why they would be a candidate for methadone, because they're needing something that's gonna bind to their receptors 100%. So they're able to go out in society and be able to function and get them through that withdrawal process. So this kind of slide just shows that methadone is binding to 100% of the receptors, bupropion is binding to a few, and naltrexone is more used for like cravings, not used for actually getting someone through that withdrawal process. This slide just really goes to speak to like the methadone. It is has a long half-life. It's typically used as a liquid form of dosing. And so the unfortunate thing about methadone as of right now, how it is regulated is only an OTP can prescribe it. So that is where those restrictions come for that 60-mile radius. It's really hard for a patient to be able to be dosed, and the goal for most patients who are on methadone is to be able to be out in society, be out in public, go to work. So a lot of these patients, they are getting dosed. Most methadone clinics open at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock a.m. That way a patient can get dosed, get their medication, drive to work. Well, if you're in Mason City having to drive to Waterloo, that's really challenging. And so a lot of our patients, they're having to say, well, I can either continue my recovery and get dosed for my methadone, or I might have to cut back hours, I might have to restrict my working a little bit. So it really helps them be able to achieve their goals. Like we said, bupropion, great medication for also known as Suboxone. Great medication as well, and again, both these medications, methadone and Suboxone, are dosed by patient needs. So you'll start at a lower dose. If a patient's still struggling, having cravings, you slowly will titrate up. So you don't automatically go to the highest dose, you start low and then you work your way after that. And naltrexone here is just shown that it is not a full agonist. And great for cravings, just not great for that withdrawal process. A really interesting thing is we're trying to get across is methadone, it cuts death rates in half. So when our patients are prescribed methadone, it is cutting the death rate in half. It's not only reducing opioid use, it's reducing other drug use. There actually has been proven, there's some stigma that comes with methadone, but actually when there is a methadone clinic introduced, it decreased arrest, incarceration, crime. Patients, they're being able to be prescribed something that manages their withdrawal and their medication needs through a healthy system and something that's proactive for them. So it has also decreased hospitalizations and the use of the ER, because then they also have an outlet to go to the clinic with questions and concerns. It has increased patients who've been able to get back into the workforce, decreases HIV, Hep C, and it improves treatment retention. The one really neat thing about methadone is that not only it decreases death rates to 50%, is that it has so for 50% of the medication that people are on, it has a positive outcome. So typically for like if you're gonna be taking metoprolol for your blood pressure, that usually has like a 15%. So you're gonna have to treat, for every 75 patients you're treating, you're gonna have about 15% of your patients that have a positive outcome. Methadone is 50%. So it's kind of interesting in the world of medicine that if you were not to prescribe a medication that would, if it was a physical health concern, that has a 50% chance of curing someone, it would be considered malpractice. But yet methadone has such a stigma in the substance, in the communities that there's some leeriness to it. This shows that the death rates actually have significantly decreased when methadone has been used, starting from 1995 until 2009. And then a lot of people say, well, what does the dosing look like? What is it? And a patient would come to the dosing station every single day. Typically in the morning is when patients come because again, they're trying to start their day, they're trying to be active within the community. And so a patient comes to the dosing station, the nurse gives them their dose of methadone, they swallow it. Typically it is a liquid form, some are tablets, but usually it'll be a liquid form. They give the nurse the dose back, and then they're able to go on with their day. As a patient is able to continue and progress within the program, and that's between the provider and the therapist, they'll get what's called take-home doses. So let's say 3 months from now, patient is thriving and they're feeling much better, they're doing well, they're attending their therapy, and the therapist and the prescriber say, you know what, this patient's making huge steps, they're doing great. So then they would start to get to take 1 to 2 home, 2 doses home, so they're coming every other day. The max what patients would get to take home is a 14-day dose. So then they would be coming to the clinic twice per month, but that's much, much farther down the road once a patient is well established within the clinic and doing well. Our clinic is kind of in the process right now of being remodeled. And so kind of we'll have 2 dosing stations and the nursing station in the back, and we will have a waiting room for the patients that's behind actually this picture that you're seeing here. So still in the construction process, but most likely by April is when we'll be up and running and ready to start dosing. So it's considered a chronic condition, patients who are struggling with opioid use, and it's a lot of patients in the community will ask, how long will someone need to be on medication-assisted therapy or methadone? And it's really as long as possible. So it's really patient-centered, it depends on how the patient's doing. It does, if a patient has maybe high-risk factors and they're not able to get out of certain living situations but they're thriving, we probably recommend them to stay on, methadone as that support system for themselves. So it really is patient, it depends on the patient. But it is recommended for a long-term use. And we're really, methadone is really focused on harm reduction. So we are meeting a patient where they're at. If they're willing to take a half step, we're gonna take a half step with that patient. Every patient's stages of change is gonna look a little different. So if we're adamant that everyone has to be at a certain stage to be able to be provided a standard of care, we're gonna miss a huge pool of patients who would be able to kind of slowly work our way up to where we're wanting them to be for maintenance. So everyone's treatment may look a little different because we're really focused on harm reduction. This is kind of where we're at right now for the opioid settlement funds. We're kind of in the process of going throughout all the communities and presenting, and so everyone in the green has been able to commit, and so that's why we're presenting today to work on being able to help with some funds with the startup cost of the within the agency. Any questions? I kind of flew through that real quick because I didn't want to monopolize a lot of your guys' time and wanted to allow for questions at the end.
Can you go back to that last slide?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what you're asking from Kossuth, is the...
Yes, the Kossuth would be the 18,440. And so how we kind of base that off of would be the per capita. So our startup cost, when we originally started this, was $150,000. 55, it's gone up, but we just are kind of sticking with that number. And so that's kind of where we're asking per capita per the total percentage of the population for the communities that we're able to serve.
So to make sure that I'm following you correctly, this would be more of an outpatient clinic
Yes.
for a person with addiction to come over and begin the program.
Absolutely.
Is it voluntary?
Yep, absolutely, yep, voluntary. And so, yeah, within the community, they would come, they would do an evaluation. The practitioner would say, yes, this patient is a great candidate. They would, most likely have a positive outcome with that, and they would be lined up with our OTP therapist as well, because not only are we wanting to medically treat, we're wanting to give that therapeutic lens as well, because sometimes they go hand in hand, and that patient would then come get dosed daily with the goal of being able to take some take-home doses, because of course we're not wanting patients to have to drive, an hour each way for their dose.
Are you aware anywhere in the state where is it a situation where a person could be court ordered to take the treatment program?
I would assume it would be probably not with methadone. Just how, there's certain medications where it would, guess that would be all up to the practitioner and the courts, what that would be looking like.
Maybe you answered a couple of my questions. I was gonna ask how long this treatment program, and you said long as possible.
Yeah, and there's some patients who have the goal, just how any medication of, I only want to take it to get over that withdrawal phase. And then with methadone, you can't just stop it, or else you're gonna again have that withdrawal feeling, not feel good. So what we would do is we would safely medically taper that patient off really slowly. So we're gonna have some patients who come right off the bat saying, I really want to get off these opiates. I just can't do it because I feel so terrible when I'm trying on my own. We would introduce them into the methadone program if they solely know that they just want to use it to get, to withdraw and detox, but most patients would use it as maintenance.
What type of narcotics do you see that this program has been successful with? Is methamphetamine one of them?
So methadone, I know it's kind of tricky that methadone and methamphetamine,
Correct.
you would think that they would kind of go hand in hand, but they don't. So methamphetamine has kind of a different route for treatment. In that same breath, we do have, I would say, there are so many of our patients when they provide us a urine sample and we go through the urinalysis with them and we're saying, well, there was fentanyl in your system, and they say, well, I'm only using methamphetamine. And that would be the reason why their withdrawal is so much more severe than someone who's just using methamphetamine, because unbeknownst to them, they're actually having a high dose of fentanyl, and they could then be a candidate for methadone. So that's where it's just so scary with patients, is they're not knowing what is actually being ingested or injected.
So I'm looking at the map, back toward the beginning, and that's good to go back. Comparing that with the list of the counties you just had.
Oh, sorry,
That's fine. So it looks to me, what counties are in your trade? So when I look at the color here on the map, I went back to the Marshall, Tama, and Powashik. Are they intended to be in your Prairie Ridge?
Let me pull up.
And Hardin, for that matter.
We are, yes, and they would be served as well. There was just such a smaller patient population. And I think that the reason why is typically those patients, they would most likely be dosed at, in the Des Moines area. They're probably not gonna drive all the way to Saragota when they have a dosing station within probably about 30 minutes is kind of our thought process with that. The funds are probably being most likely allocated elsewhere, because.
So it is optional? You're not, where you go, who you associate?
Yeah, absolutely. So if someone from Saragota is already established in Des Moines or Waterloo, and they say, I absolutely want to already stay, they would not be mandated to go to the nearest methadone clinic. we've already had many patients reach out asking us our opening date because they're very excited of not having to drive 2 hours per day, to get dosed. But absolutely, we would not expect someone from Powashik to probably drive all the way to Saragota when they have a dosing station in Des Moines.
So then it becomes optional at the county level too?
Yeah, it's all optional. Yep, absolutely. It's a state requirement, so Prairie Ridge, no matter what, will be going through with this program, and we'll be providing the service no matter what, but, it's just it's a heavy lift and a large lift for our agency, but a lift that we're gonna be doing regardless.
So in one of the slides, there was talking, not your slide, just there was a sign posted at one of the stations that said, talk about payment so are patients paying for this out of their pocket?
So it goes through insurance, everything's run through insurance, and then Prairie Ridge does have a philosophy of we don't turn any patient away, so then it's either a sliding fee scale, grants that we use our resources for, but most of our patients, it would be going through insurance. If a patient doesn't have insurance, we have service navigators who will get a patient insurance if they qualify. The majority of our patients do, and then it backdates 90 days for that, so and then we would be able to be reimbursed.
You mentioned that Prairie Ridge is being established as one of the methadone clinics in Iowa. What are your sources of funding for that then?
So this would be, so with the CCBHC, payments that would be looking a little different, but our source of funding is Prairie Ridge. And so that's why we are reaching out to the community. So like I said, Prairie Ridge would be funding this clinic, if with the startup costs that we would have with it. But it is a heavy lift, so that's why we're reaching out for the opiate dollars that would be able to be used for it.
And I don't recall, I was hoping Todd would be here, there's only certain areas that opioid money can be spent on, correct?
That's what I was gonna ask
Is
about.
this one of them that meets that requirements?
I believe
It
so,
is.
yes.
Yeah, there's very, very few, and so this is one of the
What do we have?
criteria that fits, so that's
So,
why.
so right now we have $165,538. We're expected to get $30,535 in fiscal year 25-26, which would bring our balance to $196,072.
Do we have any expenses that we're required to pay out of that fund or
No,
anything?
we have not spent any of our opioid funds at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had some discussions here and there on what to use it for, and I guess we've never really just moved forward with any of that, so, now this is, basically, an initial to help get it started up. Is this something that you guys will be coming back to us on a yearly basis for upkeep of this? Is
Yeah.
that something that we can expect, or?
It would be one of those, initially it was gonna be, it'll be an initial, and then of course, if it would be ongoing, it would definitely help with the costs, and as we were able to grow throughout the clinic, but we'd be, regardless, we'd be able to allocate funds throughout the agency if needed in different ways, but of course, it's a big heavy lift of opening a whole new, methadone clinic that you're, for that, so.
Tammy, is there a sunset on that settlement? Does it end? I mean, I don't remember the details of the settlement.
I don't either, for sure.
mean,
I don't
if it
know.
was-
I think it does, but I don't know when that is.
And I know Todd's the one that has all the knowledge
Yeah.
on I'm just here to kind of learn about it, but,
Yeah, Kelsey, I don't know if you
I
know
just
the
don't
answer to
remember if
that.
there's a sunset on that.
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't
Yeah,
for sure say yes or no to that.
yeah, I don't know either,
Right.
Roger.
Well, yeah, cause if we're getting 30,000 a year, and you come in and request 18,000 a year, that's okay. But, it's just as long as it's.
Yeah,
If
initially
then the
it's
fund
just
is still
startup
growing too,
cost
so,
and-
yeah.
Yeah, right now we're just looking for that startup cost because it's a whole new.
Cause you can only use it for
available.
opioid related things, so,
Right,
yeah, I
we're
mean, it's
very
not like
limited,
we're,
yeah.
Is that in its own fund?
Yes.
Okay.
So, you want to, first question, is it expensive? I know you said you work with insurance, but is it expensive?
It's actually a lower, every patient's dose would be different depending on
Give me
what,
an
but
idea.
it is a
Daily
lower
basis.
cost of medication, I don't have like a dollar amount on it, but it is.
What other amount is there?
Yeah, well, it is considered a low cost medication, it's not considered like an insulin, it's considered a low cost medication.
You have no idea, so $5 a day, $25 a day, 120?
Not 120, I would assume, it's all depends on what the patient also is then interested in for like extra, services throughout Prairie Ridge as well.
Thank you for that. So somewhere I got the impression, and I could be wrong, but you're gonna have one, Fort Dodge is gonna have one, is that correct, or is that wrong?
There's one in Waterloo and then there's one in Des Moines already established.
Yeah? So this Fort Dodge, I'm making that up, I didn't get that out of your material or anywhere else?
Not that I'm aware of, if they're, are like opening, I don't believe they're opening a new one, no.
And there is no old one?
The Abbey Center, I believe, has one in, in that area.
And going west, is there one?
I believe, from my knowledge, it is in Waterloo and Des Moines.
Well, where I'm headed with this discussion is, it's easy for me to see somebody going to your place every day to get a dose if you're, 5, 10, 20 miles, but when you start talking about 50 miles, it doesn't seem realistic. And where I'm headed is, can we split if they're gonna open one in Fort Dodge, and there's gonna be one in Spencer, and there's gonna be one in Mason City, or should we give you the whole per capita allocation, or should we give you part of it and give other areas part of it?
From my knowledge, we are the only CCBHC that is going to be opening a methadone clinic, and then all the other ones would be trying to use their CCB, they would try to be like piggybacking off of the 60-mile radius throughout the state of Iowa. If that makes sense. Because it's a heavy lift for an agency to be able to open up one, because you have to fall in with, there's a lot of criteria. You have to have on-site medical, you have to have on-site practitioners. A lot of the agencies, they're using like telehealth, and we have on-site, so that's a big difference of the services that you have to be able to provide for a methadone clinic.
So, and I had heard the 50 or 60 mile thing, 60 mile you're saying, I've heard that before, or saw it, in reviewing this, is that to the patient's door to your clinic, or?
That would be with like within the clinic, and then the 60-mile radius of.
So my question, to be more specific, there's gonna be individuals in Kossuth County that aren't within 60 miles of wherever you're gonna be. I'm not trying to be a pain, I'm trying to be realistic. So is the state law gonna be that there has to be one available to everybody?
It all depends on I can only speak to our CCBHC, so every CCBHC has the opportunity to contract with other agencies, and so if Prairie Ridge, but there was no one for us to contract within our area, so we have to open it up. So someone that's close to the one in Waterloo, they might not be able to physically open up a methadone clinic, but they're gonna be contracting with another methadone clinic closer to be able to say, okay, yep, we're a CCBHC and our patients are gonna be going to this clinic because we're not opening a clinic. Because most of the CCBHCs will not have their independently owned methadone clinic, because it is such a heavy lift and all the requirements that come with it. But we wanted to provide it to our patients, and two, it was a have to do, so no matter what we're having, we will be moving forward with it.
Roger, I'll pick on you. Evidently you live in Sway City, is that correct?
Correct.
So you would not, it's your residence, you wouldn't be within 60 miles of Mason City?
I'm about 70 miles from Mason City, from my place.
At least. Yeah, I don't know if you're flying or if you're driving the roads that I use.
That's cutting across blacktops and back roads.
But, so I guess where I'm at, and I'm sure there's a lot of this going on with me, but there's a lot of things I don't understand, and I did not follow your explanation to, who's gonna contract with who and where it's gonna be available, but you know, if you ask me to approve the per capita rate to go to this clinic, I guess I'm gonna ask a lot more questions, and I'm gonna say no until I find out what the alternatives are. If there's gonna be one in Fort Dodge for people that live in the southern 10 miles of Kossuth County, if there's gonna be one in Esterville, you know, my vote would be no, not to give you the per capita rate. We're out here and that's our fault that we're out here in the middle of nowhere, I appreciate that, but, I wanna see how it all unfolds before I would vote to allocate the whole 14,000 some odd population dollars to, I'm talking to the board as much as I'm talking to her too.
Is there a certain, sorry, what
No,
do you
no,
think?
no.
Is there a certain time frame in which this is all supposed to take place, like, certain centers have an opportunity until this date to open one on their own? Is there a time frame?
Yeah, so for the CCBHC, the state, a long time ago, it has changed multiple times of when they're going to be rolling out this model. And so now they're saying it's going to be July. Was originally gonna be previously in the past already enrolled out. And so Prairie Ridge will be looking at April is when we're gonna be opening our doors for the first dosing and getting our DEA ahead of that. So for the next couple of weeks, we'll be having our DEA come do inspections. The next thing is we're already CARF accredited, so we already are ahead of the ball of a lot of things. That's why we are, it's a heavy lift, but a lift that we're able to do with the staff, the services, and everything else that we already have within Prairie Ridge. So,
You're not affiliated in any way with the hospital system?
we're not, no, we're not partnered with Mercy.
And is changing the subject from that to, do you envision a model where somebody can get this dose locally? I mean, you'll go out to the clinic and be able to get that dose there because they've partnered with you?
When you say a dose locally, like dose local at a Prairie Ridge site, or a dose local?
Like at your local hospital or something, if they partner with Prairie Ridge.
So right now, hospitals, pharmacies aren't able to just dispense methadone. It has to be, it's extremely regulated. So there are security systems that cover from the floor, walls, and.
This sounds like a no.
No, it would not be dispensed, at a hospital because the hospital is not DEA certified to be able to dispense it. They would have to jump through, many hoops to be able to do it because you have to have, there's a lot of standards that you have to meet. And so if they had a methadone clinic at the hospital, absolutely they could be dosed there.
Sorry, this is kind of an observation, but I kind of find that silly because a hospital can prescribe the opioids easier than they can prescribe the solution to the opioid pandemic.
A very interesting also thing about methadone is it can be prescribed for pain management. And so if someone is needing methadone for pain management in a hospital setting or an outpatient setting, it can be prescribed, but it cannot be prescribed and dosed through a pharmacy, just a typical pharmacy. If I were to come needing my methadone because I'm receiving it because I have a substance use disorder as my diagnosis and why I'm getting it, it cannot be dispensed to me that way. So it has to be going through, which is very frustrating for our patient population. It can be prescribed openly with one diagnosis, but not the other.
But at the same time, maybe a good thing for the ones that have the substance abuse because they have to follow all the standards, all the standards, your regulations. Maybe you can keep a closer eye on those things if they're at a clinic specific for that.
Absolutely, provide the therapy-based needs that, and they're able to use our service navigators, they're able to use inpatient if they're needing, they're able to use, IOP, outpatient, inpatient, med management and other aspects. So absolutely, it barriers but also blessings at the same time.
So, back to Howard's question on location based, you know, is that something that we'd be, you know, divvying out to Fort Dodge area? I actually went to opioidhelp.iowa.gov and they actually have a map on there showing that our area would be area 2 and it would be going to Prairie Ridge. Fort Dodge, however, is in a separate area, so area 6, I don't know if you wanted to pull that website up to kind of
But, yeah,
illustrate that.
to Howard's point too, like I live 35 miles from
Right.
Dodge, I'm 60 miles from Mason City.
Right.
It's,
So is it
And that-
regulated where you go? Like,
No, you can go wherever,
Okay.
wherever is convenient for you.
I
so if I,
actually said that,
so
but
I, you know, say I live in Laverne, I do, and I have trouble with opioids, and I can go to Fort Dodge, no problem.
Yep, you can
Okay.
absolutely go
So-
to whichever methadone clinic you're wanting for
Okay,
treatment, absolutely.
Again, I don't know how long I'm gonna get away with it being a babe in the woods, but Prairie Ridge has been around a while, correct? And Kossuth County has been assigned to Prairie Ridge for a length of time, and that's is that accurate?
That's where a lot of our substance abuse, we have patients that go over there for substance abuse, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what aspect are you, for like our inpatient treatment, or?
I don't even know what I'm asking. There's different, are the boundaries gonna change next week?
This map has been set by the state.
Okay.
There was
Is it
many,
Is it gonna change next week?
There was
I
many-
listened to this gal, who was the gal that, you weren't, there was a gal, new gal that she said they had a new program and new areas. I listened to that a couple weeks ago, so I understand this has been set by the state. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And again, one of the counties that were included on your list, Hardin was not included on your list. And I see Marshall, Tama, and Poweshiek are quite a ways away, but Hardin is no further away from you than we are, border to border, so why are they not on your list? Where are they going, or where are they gonna throw their money? I'm hung up on the money, I guess, if there's gonna be alternatives that we should support. I'm hung up on, again, from what I understand today, I would vote, and I don't even know if we're talking about acting on this today, but I would vote against it today based on what I understand and don't understand. And how long is this opioid money gonna come in, and what's the balance gonna be? If the balance is gonna be $400,000 and it can be invested and spin off $20,000 a year, I wouldn't be so opposed to giving you $20,000 or whatever the amount was this year.
So just doing some quick research on that, there is no sunset date, but there is a maximum amount, and it was up to 345 million, multi-year period throughout the state of, you know, whoever was involved with this, so you could sit and do the math and figure out what our maximum dollar amount's gonna end up being at the end of it, but there is no actual sunset date. It doesn't go till like, you know, 2035 and then that's it. It's a set amount. Once they reach that maximum, they no longer pay out that settlement.
Is that for the state of Iowa?
That's for the state of Iowa,
Yeah, 345 million?
Yep, this is,
And that's distributed by per population, correct?
I think so, don't quote me on that, but this is just information I found on the Iowa Attorney General's website for it, so.
Yeah, it's just the startup is what, you know, with construction and just the dosing materials in general are quite costly. So that's just our main, ask for right now.
and we're looking for a decision on that today?
No,
No, we're not.
you do not have to, no,
Okay.
by no means do you have to have any
Okay.
decisions
Okay.
today. No, absolutely, you can process it and review information.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no decision has to be made today by any means.
Oh, very good. Lots of good information and yeah, we've been sitting on that for a while for opioid funds and whatever, so
Yeah,
this
it's a
is
tough
good,
one to-
good to learn about.
We haven't spent any of it?
No,
There's restrictions on where you can spend it, and that's where I would encourage the board to review that with Todd as to where you can spend it.
Right, right.
Cause if this is one of the resources that we can, you can't just sit on the money forever, we gotta utilize
Yep.
it somewhere.
Yep,
I agree.
But I just don't know where else you can use it.
Well, and or what other centers of the same,
Exactly. Exactly.
flavor we could support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks for being with us, yep.
Yes, thank you.
What they'd be like. Go ahead, Amber, yep. Okay, what do we do? We'll grab Marge.
Do you want me to?
I can say something to her on my way
You
out.
wanna, yeah, you wanna grab her when you come back, that'd be great.
Yeah, I agree with you, Howard, on, we can look at splitting it evenly and supporting other centers as well, we should obviously be looking to do that and not just put all of our eggs in one basket kind of thing.
Well, and somebody might come back and say, well, it's customary, you just go whole county by whole county, that's what we've done in the past, I'm open to being educated.
Yeah, well, and the way it kinda, to me, it felt like it was based on a region and like, similar to how we support different regions of, so like, Nyakog, we are part of that region, so we support Nyakog and not any other areas because they're not in our region kind of thing, so, yeah.
I realize it's not voted as fair as Lyle was on the same.
What's that?
Lyle was on mine here. You missed
Public has a right.
Yeah.
Sure, man. Just sit there.
Hey, Marge.
I'm not the whole, it's nobody's fault that we're out here in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And
Middle everywhere, Howard.
I'll go with nowhere. I'm not insulting anybody more than I'm insulting myself.
Colin?
I did, yep, I did.
But that is a good point, you know,
For
you're,
you to sign.
Okay,
the boy, Minneapolis, Sioux Falls, right?
yeah, if I got it here.
Yeah.
But, well, you just can't imagine, like, the time that there would be to travel 50 miles
This
every
is
day.
just in the process.
Get a dose.
Okay.
I know people do it for cancer, and it's probably that serious too.
Yeah, oh yeah, for some situations definitely is.
It's a beginning part of it. Places for you to sign.
Where's Drainage District 60 at?
Eagle,
Up by,
Eagle Township,
yeah, keep going. We narrow,
north of Sway City.
Okay, thank you.
Next to the Minnesota border.
Alright, thank you.
Next to Emmett County.
Okay, thank you.
If you take the blacktop, it goes north out of Sway City, you can roll right through it.
Okay. I
did take your advice, I looked at the map on the county's website, and,
You got it memorized?
yeah, absolutely, yes. That's asking where's Drainage District 60?
I can sign this today then?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good. Alright, I think everybody's back and ready to roll, so good morning, Marge, and yeah, we can go have a drainage. Well, we got one repair request, I guess it's mine, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, this is, request number 5 over in PAK 1, 2 beaver dams need to be removed, this is along the railroad tracks on the east side of Whittemore. Quinn Dahlhauser put this request in. And, yeah,
What happens next? Who goes looks at it next?
me, I mean, I'm aware of where they are and I've seen them, yeah.
Okay,
So then you just hire somebody to.
So I would assign a contractor then to go and repair these, usually somebody with a long reach for beaver dams and along that ditch, but, yeah. So then we need a motion for supervisors to take care of their requests,
Yeah.
which would authorize me to go and do that,
and authorize you to spend the money,
correct?
unless, as long as it's less than. the
The 50,000,
50,000.
yep, yep.
I'll make a motion for supervisors to handle the requests.
Motion by Wactor,
Sure.
second by Haas. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, Marge, anything else today for drainage?
The change order and the
Oh,
payment.
yeah, we do, don't we? I had that sitting over my paper, I wasn't looking. Okay. So we have the discussion decision to approve change order number 5 for DD 60 sub 4. And does everyone understand that? This is what we've already had.
Yeah, Tyler discussed
Tyler
it
discussed this
week.
last week, yep. So, I'll need a motion for that.
So is this the, and again, I don't know where I saw it, but is this the one that's actually a $34,000 deduct?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct,
agreed.
correct.
Evidently, I wasn't paying attention last week, why is there a deduct, why is it gonna cost less?
So the rock material that they use
Okay, I remember
for,
that.
yep,
Thank you.
yep, they didn't
Didn't
use all
take
of
as
it,
much.
so, yep,
Okay.
yep.
So we
That
have
was the
to
bulk.
change when we use less, even though it's a guess in the beginning?
It's, yeah, it's a change order to basically match what was used.
Okay. Alright. And that's all this is, less rock?
And there's a few
And-
other things in there
The-
too, but the
yeah.
bulk of it was the less rock.
Oops.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve change order 5 for DD 60 sub 4 improvement. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Wactor. Any further discussion on the motion? And if not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. And then we have discussion decision to approve pay op 4 for DD 60 sub 4 improvement. And we'll need a motion for that one as well.
And this is not the final, I can't remember what he said.
Yeah, this is like the sub-final.
Sub-final, so like this is the one before the,
Right,
Okay.
when they, at the completion hearing, they'll have a final.
then you have the final completion, okay, okay.
Yep.
We could just scroll.
Oh,
So this is a function of, it's just a regularly scheduled, so much work has been completed.
And I think the contractors do put in the request for the pay app, correct? Or is this just done on a regular schedule?
They submit to the engineer, the
Yep.
engineer, puts together the pay app.
Yep,
Verifies
What needs to be
that it's-
paid, yep,
accurate and,
the work that's been completed.
This is basically rubber stamping it. We don't check up on the engineer, that's what I'm saying, we believe the engineer. I have no reason not to, I'm just making, don't wanna miss a step here or anything, or,
well, we can check as much as you as a trustee wanna check. Tyler's always open to visiting about that.
Then you can find out where it's at, where this location for this drain is.
okay, thank you.
So, alright, we have do we have a motion on that one?
No.
No, we don't,
Yeah.
okay, we need a motion for that then, to approve pay app 4?
For $14,778.66.
Correct.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Haas, second by Garmin. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous.
So another question for you. I'm I know there's a reason, I just wanna understand, so he was here, Tyler was here last week, but we couldn't approve this last week?
We didn't have Dell's signature
yeah.
on the forms yet.
Okay, alright, I understand, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for Marge?
I need you to sign these.
I gotta sign things, alright.
And I don't know if you discussed the meeting yesterday or not.
We have not.
Okay, I did get a email back from Tyler about that agreement between Drain 129 and Minnesota Drain 41. And Jim Hudson didn't have any issues with the wording on that agreement.
Okay.
So just bringing that back to you and what you suggest that we need to do next. Just reply that to Minnesota and let them know that Hudson looked it over.
Yeah, and I think they were looking for approval from us as well, so, I mean,
Yeah, so if you
so
guys
we
had a
need to
chance
have it
to,
on the
yep,
agenda at least for next week or.
yep, okay, I can do
to-
that.
So no changes were made to it? I
No.
mean, it was, okay.
Mm-mm. We can put that on the agenda for next week, or does Minnesota need to?
I think they were waiting for our approval, but you can
Okay.
reach out to.
I can check with
their-
her and
Yep,
see.
yep, check with her and
Okay.
see what the next step in the process is. If it is us, then just have it on the agenda for next week.
Okay, yep. I can check.
Yeah, I think Josh is right, I think they're waiting on us.
Alright.
Okay.
And then, did you mention anything at the meeting
No.
yesterday for summer?
I did not. Yeah, we can talk about that now too.
Okay,
Marge and I, and Doug and,
Luke?
Luke, I knew somebody was in
Yep.
here. Luke was in here, yesterday. In the morning, we met with Summit Carbon Solutions Pipeline Company, as well as Christina from Turnkey. Was here.
Christina Paradise from Snyder Associates.
From Snyder,
And,
and
Kaylee.
Kaylee, yeah,
Kay,
Turnkey Logistics.
there you go, there you
And
go.
Kylie from,
And then Kylie from Summit,
Summit,
Yeah.
yep.
and I can't keep all those companies straight.
And
And then
then-
the McClure Engineering guy was here, Kyle, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
too many
but anyway,
Kylies.
we all met, Kaylee from Turnkey presented the maps for drainage district crossings, for the pipeline, their application that they're
Yeah.
turning in, with the updated maps of where each crossing, discussing what that looks like
Yeah,
and, where they're at in that process. Mostly for phase one, but also briefly reviewed phase two of the project,
Yeah.
that they're proposing, so. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty straightforward.
mhm. Okay, so they haven't submitted their app to be approved by the board yet, they're
Right.
still working on that, and they'll do that next.
Yeah, that's our next step is, board approval. And then there's a few things to discuss
Yeah,
within that,
So do, maybe you were gonna say,
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry.
sorry, no, okay, go ahead.
So, they're showing anytime they're gonna cross or intersect with a drainage district tile. And that, which is our responsibility, I understand that things beyond that aren't our responsibility, but are we expecting different treatment, than what the individual's gonna get? Or isn't it basically gonna be their assurance that they're gonna do things right, or help me out?
as far as our regulations versus their agreement with the private landowner,
Yeah.
I don't know what they have all agreed with the private landowner.
we have guidelines in the application that they fill out for what we expect them
Correct.
to do, and whether it's underneath the tile or on top of the tile or trench through the tile. and they repair
Hopefully there's
after.
not a lot of through going
That's
through.
That's what their discussion with the board needs to be, what the board expects them, if they wanna call underneath or board
Open
underneath.
cut or board,
Yeah, or break through and repair the tile after,
right.
and
So we're gonna have more discussion, or you have that discussion?
We're gonna have to have discussion with the
It
board
needs-
about that, yeah.
once they submit their application.
Right, right. Yeah, how deep and how payment is assessed, that was
Right,
a question, as well as one point of confusion was, there's 8 districts that it's crossing. Phase 1 is crossing, do they file 8 permits, or is it 8 permit fees, or is it 21 permit fees, cause there's 21 crossings.
Crossings, yeah,
But there's only 8 districts, so how are we gonna charge them?
Right.
Is,
yeah, that'll be a discussion too.
yeah,
Don't take this the wrong way, please, I didn't wanna be here yesterday, I had other things going on, but how did you decide who was here yesterday, or what, was that a committee, or what was going on there?
I just had,
That's what I was going to ask.
I just had an email from,
Okay, that's
email
fine.
from Marge saying.
I'm not offended in any way, I'm just.
That's,
I trust you.
Kylie had reached out to
Okay,
talk to who needed for, finding out where the drainage districts were and making sure we had all that information to them,
Right,
so.
I just saw the meeting was happening and showed up.
in my personal thoughts and opinion on the crossings is I think it should be separated out by district. Don't know that we need to go quite to the extent of each crossing, but I mean, you guys could have other opinions on that, but each district should be separated because we're assigned as trustees as one district and then another district, and it's all separated, so I think at the very least, it should be separated by district and.
Either way, the cost is
But-
stay in the district.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah,
yep, that's just my thought.
sure.
just as a point of discussion, we're not deciding anything.
No.
No.
Right,
Appreciate it, yeah, that's fine.
Correct.
Yep,
Yeah, I like to tend to agree with that on the surface, at least what I understand about it.
but we gotta wait for them to submit their updated maps and apply, and then we can decide what we wanna do with all that.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
anything else?
Anything else, Marge?
I don't think so.
No, will you just reach out to
Yep.
him and see if they're getting that together?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll find out where they're at with it.
Safe to say that, or not safe to say, but do you assume that they're getting down into the nuts and bolts of their confidence level is that this is gonna move forward?
Well, they're
I see.
optimistic about it, cause
Yeah.
really the only thing that's standing in their way right now is South Dakota, cause they're fully permitted in North Dakota now. And South Dakota, their hearings for that is in August, so they're planning, for them winning those hearings or the pipeline company winning the hearings and coming out with a project in 26. That's when they're anticipating construction now, but they keep saying that every year, well, we're gonna construct next year, so who knows? But,
Okay, thanks.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, thank you.
thanks, Marge. Okay. Discussion with the county auditor, which has changed face. Good morning, Melissa.
Morning.
Anything that you have to share for agenda or anything? Okay,
I don't,
that's fine.
I can, there is a few things in here for next week's agenda.
Sure. What have we got?
From the discussion from the Bayleaf effort, discuss continuation of longevity for the Kossuth County jailers.
Okay,
Then there's a request in here to approve secondary road gravel crushing, and then the solar ordinance workshop will be on next week as well.
and that's at 1 o'clock?
Um,
Cause
Yes.
we had put it at 1 o'clock until we saw what the agenda, is that still
Yeah.
something?
She had on here move to AM if time is available, or do you wanna leave it at 1 o'clock?
I'd just soon keep the meeting going. I mean, I don't care either way, but I'd just soon keep the meeting going. Instead of having a, yeah.
Right, right. No, I agree with that. I mean, how much time do you wanna allot to it?
Well, we could put it at the very end, and then we
end it when we're done talking about it for the day.
And then we just don't have to put a specific time on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't think we'd have, well,
Put it on the-
unless,
put it on the
unless,
agenda.
unless public is interested in coming, and then depending on what it looks like for the agenda, maybe just kinda.
Now, I wasn't here in person, but from what I could see, little through the owl, it was only Roger Sherland and Scott Buchanan. Was that all for the public?
Was there somebody else here?
well, there were a couple landowners that were still here from the.
Oh, yeah, there were
they were-
people here that stayed for the after the talk
Oh,
about the
livestock
livestock
stuff, okay.
ordinance, yeah. So there were some people here, but I don't know if they were necessarily.
But it's not like we're expecting 30 people to come in and wanna talk about things.
No, no, and it's.
The only other thing I'll say to that is if Mid-America is planning on having someone here for that again, then they would obviously like to have a time so they don't have to plan to be here at 8 o'clock and sit through our entire meeting and wait for us to get to that point,
But isn't it our discussion for the ordinances?
Yeah,
That's fine if they wanna come. but-
Necessary, if they
Right.
wanna put themselves on the agenda to talk about the ordinance with us,
They can do that.
they can, but this is our discussion to try and figure out what direction we're going.
Right.
yeah,
I would rather have it geared more, towards our thoughts and discussion.
Yeah,
They've kind of explained to us their take on it.
yep,
yeah.
And again, that's just me, but.
yep.
Just throwing out ideas, I know things move slow for a reason, so you don't make mistakes, but it's time to, it's time to do something.
Right.
Show up next week and say, well, let's, I don't wanna decide anything today, but we keep kicking it a little further. It's gonna be real easy to walk in here next week and say, well, yeah, it's an idea, well, let's go down to 2 weeks. Do you think you're gonna build your own model? Do you think you're gonna take, do you think you're gonna combine a bunch? Who's gonna, I have no opinion whatsoever. I mean, that environmental, whatever, the top one that's in from that November of 23, I read through that extensively, but to read through every county's ordinance that's out there and then pick
It's
out a
hard, yeah.
nugget, I don't, so what's our plan? Or do we need to be talking to?
So I think what we need to do is, in that discussion, we need to set what we want for setbacks and make an agreement on that. And other aspects of like decommissioning, screening, things like that, we need to set those as, essentially what I picture it is we come up with a bullet list of what we want included, and then we pass that off to, and say, we like how this one looks and how this one looks, but this is what we want included in ours, and then we send that off to the attorney to draw up. Attorney draws it up, presents it to us as a draft, and says, what does this look like for you guys? We say, yes, let's move on with it, or we need to make adjustments, but we need to set what we want, as an agreement as a board.
Right.
What we want our setbacks to be, screening regulations or decommissioning, things like that, and once we have those things set, then we can move forward with having a draft drawn up.
And do you envision doing that next week?
That's,
I would hope we could at least get
that going.
partial way through that.
I mean,
I would
obviously,
too.
yeah, I mean, obviously, we
Yeah.
have to, we're coming up on the.
I guess it's important to know, and I appreciate the 3 or 4 or 5 things you suggested, and that's great. Are there more? I mean, impact, are we gonna do it?
Yeah.
See, some of them had impact to roads, and
Yeah.
some of them had, we should probably identify what those issues are gonna be.
Yep.
Before next week, I think, and-
Yeah. And I think that's what we can aim to do, is to have just a high level overview of like, this is
Okay.
what we wanna have set. We're not gonna sit here and go through all the legal language of it and everything, cause that's not, we're not lawyers, and that's what our, the attorney that we appoint on it is to do, and they're supposed to take what we set as our, this is what we want, and then they put it into an ordinance with all the legal jargon and stuff, so, but.
Yeah.
I guess I would charge each of us to figure out what we wanna talk about,
Mhm.
and let's get that done next week.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, and that list is kind of what I had said, the decommissioning, the setbacks, the drainage, figuring that one
Yep.
out, but also, I mean, I do know that I have had landowners reach out to me that are in my district and they are, I mean, they're not against us having an ordinance, but they also would like to do this, so,
Do this,
they also would like to have the solar.
have solar.
Yeah, have solar, so, you know, I'm at, you know, when we talk about setbacks, I wanna be careful because I don't know how bad I wanna prohibit people from doing it since I do have people who do want them.
Oh, yeah, right, I mean, all of us are gonna have people in our district that want them and the people that don't. That's-
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree on the situation that we're not trying to regulate them out of existence or the possibility of
Right.
being put up, that's not our goal. Our goal is to protect infrastructure and, just, one of the things is, you know, setting that project boundary, you know, are they gonna go directly up to the fence line with their, you know, solar panels, or do we have a buffer?
Because that impacts how the landowner gets paid too, I mean, if you've got even if you only have a 50-foot buffer strip, well, then that's 50 foot all the way around your property that you're not getting paid for having that in the project area.
Yep.
So,
Assume, anyway.
I assume, I mean,
Right,
they
right.
have to work that out,
Right.
and that's their problem,
Yep.
that's not my problem, but
Right,
it's, yeah.
right, it's just how, you know, anything we put in there, if it inhibits their ability to be able to
And
accomplish something, I guess, is.
And we set those baselines, but there's also the opportunity to apply for a variance. So,
Waiver,
yeah, so if they've got something that like, well, you know, the way you have it drawn up, it doesn't quite fit on this property, can I apply for a variance to, you know, get that extended just a little bit to make it fit on the property? And then they can do that, and then it just goes through the process of approval.
Yeah.
And we have some of those processes, cause we have a zoning ordinance,
Yep.
it just doesn't address solar specifically, I mean, right now, if a commercial solar company wanted to come in and put in 100 acres of solar on Joe Blow's farm, that would go to the Board of Adjustment, and they would approve the permit, or
The zoning board.
zoning board, no, it would go to the Board of Adjustment for a conditional use permit.
Well, yeah.
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 Yeah. So, I mean, that's just how the process is right now. It's just that for something potentially that could be a large scale deal, having an ordinance transfers, being the bad guy to the board rather than rather than the Board of Adjustment who shows up for free, you know, and just a group of guys or gals or whoever's on it that wants to serve in that way, so. But anyway, we can talk about that more next week, and good points, Howard, so.
So will any decisions be made? Are you gonna vote on anything next week or just leave it as solar?
I'd say no.
Okay,
So just discussion, and just
Okay.
have it at the end of the,
Discussion on the.
maybe end of the agenda, like our budget workshops and budget discussions are today.
okay.
Kinda towards the bottom, and then we can have that at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
That'll work. Anything else, Melissa?
No.
Okay. Board discussion, committee reports, Howard, do you have anything?
I haven't been anywhere, I have economic development meeting this afternoon at 4, and this conference thing is at 5, I have no idea how long do economic development meetings tend to last?
Hour.
Okay, so I should be back.
Yeah, sometimes shorter, just kinda depends on who's reporting on what, so.
But I've done nothing else in the past week, or meeting.
I have not either, just gonna be here today.
Oh, yep. Thanks for bringing that up, yep. Josh?
I did not have any meetings last week, so
Okay.
I'll just be here tonight,
Okay, yep, conference board tonight, 5 o'clock. I've got Care Connections this afternoon, our regular meeting. Okay, I had a Board of Health meeting last week, I think that was Wednesday. So we accepted new members at the meeting. Jack Plath was the board chairman there for decades, I think, but, a long time, and I guess I'm the new board chairman.
Congratulations.
Yeah, unanimous vote, I guess, but, We had Victoria Slinkard, with the tobacco grant, with the Iowa Smoke-Free Air Act. That doesn't cover vaping in the state of Iowa, and so you can go into an establishment and vape even if it says no smoking, legally. So yeah, anyone can vape indoors unless the company specifically states it's a nicotine-free facility. The no smoking sign doesn't cut it anymore, so they're wanting businesses to implement different posters and things to prohibit vaping inside as well as smoking.
Board of Health is, or this tobacco?
Well, the Board of Health is supporting that, but the tobacco grant is, the lady there is working on that. For emergency preparedness, there were some vital supply packs bought for communities with grant dollars. With the state grant for the Board of Health, we no longer can bill anyone for home health care with the state grant anymore. They've changed what we can fund through that. Funding some immunizations. And then this year the grant was down from $47,000, this year it's $45,286. It goes down a little bit each year. I think that's based on population. And then for Environmental Board of Health, they brought it up to me that next time our environmental health or our sanitarian position would leave, I guess it's the Board of Health's responsibility to find someone in the interim. And they would like say in choosing that person. Not that they had any problem with what the board did, but I guess that's the proper way to go about that, is to work with the Board of Health. I didn't know that.
On the interim?
On the interim.
Who
Ben Huntley in Palo Alto County was our interim.
Who comprises the Board of Health?
That's Lindsay Plath, Dr. Ventiger, Barbara Runneberg, and now myself, and Joe Garman.
And who appointed those people? The
hospital, I don't know how all they're appointed, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't know. So, something for next time, and I guess our sanitarian is supposed to come to those meetings as well. Did not know that. I was not aware of that. Okay.
The meeting was during the day?
Meeting was a nice time. It was 7:30 in the morning. I like that. But then Algona School Food Pantry will be up and running March 1st. It'll be called Bulldogs Are Resilient and Kind Bark Pantry. That's something the Board of Health has worked on. So yeah. And then the high school has a mental health awareness concert on March 6th. It's kind of affiliated there. That's all for Board of Health. And I did get on the Zoom, actually I was there in person, over in Spencer, for Care Connections and all the realignment and things. Information, Tammy was on that call as well. And you can read through this packet if you'd like. Wasn't a whole lot of new information, but it was just answering questions.
I thought she said that.
Yeah, we may have that.
Oh, do you have it? I think you might have it. So you can read through that PowerPoint, and that'll fill you in on some of those questions. Other than that, I did speak with this pertains to our solar discussion, I did speak with a land solar developer. We own some land in Humboldt County, and they've been working down there, and we get letters, hey, would you like to sign up for something? So my parents had got it, and I called the guy just to get information on answer some of my questions. A very helpful conversation. That was more a community solar project, which is what I wanted to make sure in our ordinance, that we're not prohibiting in any way, shape, or form the small scale community solar, which is like a 25 to 30 acre project where people in the general area can subscribe to that community solar and you get 5 to 10% back on your electric bill. So I wanna know what that threshold was. 30 acres is their maximum project area for a community solar project in Iowa, so, so that might be a good threshold or starting point for what we would define as commercial solar, what our ordinance wants to pertain to, utility scale. You know, if we say 50 acres or 10 megawatts and or whatever, but, we have to have some sort of place where the ordinance would start to define who it applies to and who it doesn't apply to. You know, it doesn't apply to the person putting up panels next to their home building, but it does apply to.
I know we're gonna talk about it next week, but there's a lot of ground between 5 panels behind my house and 30 acres.
I understand that, but that's.
I'm not against either,
But we have to decide what do we want that to apply to,
Yeah.
and that was good to know, that's the
their definition.
maximum acreage of what they would call a community solar project. That wouldn't be a utility scale solar project, just a good information to know.
Sure.
Yeah, and they were thinking 6 to 8 acres for 1 megawatt for their project.
To
give you an idea.
Several different times.
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, so, anyway, it was an interesting conversation. So, nope, that's all I have for discussion committee reports. Then we just have budget workshops and budget discussion. We take a quick break, we'll take a bit into that. We can take a 5-minute break or whatever, yeah. No. Okay. No, not until we adjourn, it's fine. Unless we're gonna have a 2-hour break or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I felt like I was lost,
You didn't understand, I knew that you wouldn't.
That's fine, that's fine.
I don't know.
Wanna make sure I want to make sure that I, shouldn't have, make sure that I shouldn't have been lost, I knew I was lost.
No, it's something you might not call it.
Okay,
Say that,
that's fine.
I don't know if anybody else did either, but it was
Right, you go.
discussed. Yeah, I might too quick. Oh, just at least stand up.
Yeah.
These chairs are hard on your hiney.
They can be.
Oh, my feet don't even touch the ground.
Mine don't either, it's kinda hard.
I don't think mine do either. I don't think any of us do.
I'm like.
That's just no.
So you're gonna be in here for this. What? You're gonna be in here for that. I guess that's what he's saying. Be recorded. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how long she's gonna be gone.
predict. Josh, I know there's an IT department right behind us here, but can you tell me why this ancient email from, if it comes up now, there's something that always, and hasn't happened yet, but eventually there's an email from Summit that comes up and superimposes. There you go.
Yeah, I'd just go and just hit dismiss all. So those are just your reminders of like different meetings and stuff, and then check that box, says don't show again. I guess.
Okay, thank you.
That should get rid of it. If not, you can always go back to your calendar and just delete it.
Okay,
If the reminder keeps popping up.
He's gonna go home and say, you can't believe how stupid this guy is.
No, I don't say that at home.
Okay, he's in down.
Like how he covered up there, yeah. That way if anybody asks Heather, she doesn't know anything.
No.
Oh, you're back.
Welcome
You're
back.
The
just-
face
Fine.
keeps changing.
Yeah. I heard just in time. I'm gonna go get a Band-Aid, I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Open up all these PDFs here. You're ready to go.
Wait for Melissa.
We got Tammy back.
Tammy.
Oh, Tammy is back?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
She's back and then she left. She'll be back.
Okay.
I know one thing in the emergency response complex, we needed to decide how much we wanted in the contingency fund.
Well, to me, if the purpose of that rent is to save it for future,
Right.
I'd say it's the amount of the rent.
So,
Which we talked about,
Contingency fund.
20,000.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think if you budget the expense, no, you don't have to budget the expense. So would that go in a capital projects fund just with that department? Like, are you gonna make it its own department?
So this is, yeah, right now it is its own department, but I've done some checking back and forth with Carrie Johnson, other county auditors, because the contingency funds that we've had in the past, so I sent that email, forwarded that email from Carrie Johnson. Because the income is coming, in from other departments, it has to go back into general basic.
Right.
So in order, according to Carla Becker, who's an auditor, another auditor, she said we can set up a sub-fund of general basic, which we've never had any sub-funds. And basically, if we create a sub-fund, we wouldn't need a separate department, we just have a sub-fund of general basic, it would still be under you guys, but then you could track those monies in that sub-fund. And then whatever whatever revenues you have, or if you do a contingency fund, would stay in that sub-fund until you guys are, decide to do something else with it. When I sent that to Carrie Johnson at the Department of Management, she said, we mean a different line item. So I need to talk to Elizabeth and find out how she wants us to do this, because I'm getting too many different ideas, and I don't know what the right way to do it is.
Right, and the way I envisioned it, and if I could be totally incorrect, is that, so the capital projects fund, that's the way I envisioned it, so we take this 20,000 and we budget, that dollar amount, and we probably won't use it, but we budget that dollar amount every year with the $20,000.
I don't know if we can do capital, well, maybe we can do capital projects. She just said that it has, because of the funds coming from other departments,
Okay.
it has to stay in general basic. So that's what Carrie Johnson said.
How do we
So-
do that for like the election center or the annex?
It doesn't stay, it goes back into.
Yeah, it just goes
Goes
back
back
to
into
the
the general fund. It doesn't stay in there.
And we don't have anything where we're saving for anything
No.
for those either,
No.
that I saw. I see what you're saying, because that money's coming in, it has to go into the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
So could we, yeah, we probably can't do that, that just makes it complicated.
It does. So that's why I thought, well, I'll reach out to Elizabeth, see if we decide to do a sub-fund, you guys would have to approve that, cause anytime we have a new fund, the board has to approve that. So if Elizabeth says that's the way to go, then you guys would have to
Okay.
approve that. If, otherwise, I don't know.
I just definitely think that money, should be earmarked for something for that building, because
Yeah,
that building, it's a big building, it could have some expenses, so I thought, well, we don't necessarily need the rent.
Yeah.
It could go towards,
Mhm.
5 years, you have $100,000, if something goes wrong, you have some kind of a cushion, but,
yeah,
yeah, so I guess ask Elizabeth, and, I think our intention is the same, but it's just how it's accomplished.
yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Do you want an amount in the contingency fund for expenses?
do you have to in order?
Budgeted, you can.
Yeah, do you have to in order to have the revenue? So do you have to? You have to?
No, cause the revenue, I made a line item for the revenue,
Okay,
already, so, and I just added the amount that you're budgeting for, or the amount that's coming in from utilities and rent,
okay.
from the 3 departments.
So if we do this fund, this sub-fund, would we put the expenses in there? I mean, is that a good idea to do that, so it's all in one place?
I think so, yes.
I think so too.
And then you
For
could
ease of
track.
tracking, ease of tracking, I
Yeah.
think that would be a good idea.
Would that
Yeah.
fall under contingency or building improvement?
No, it's a whole new sub-fund,
A whole new sub-fund under,
General.
general basic.
Yeah, so kinda like maybe like how like the DARE was. It wasn't that a sub-fund of general basic, something in
It-
that?
Yeah, it
I
could
mean,
be,
that was a
I don't
long time
remember.
ago. But it's still reported under general, but yet it has its own pot of money.
Mhm. Yes, so instead of 1,000, which general basic is, and then general supplemental is 2,000, it would be like 1,001. And it would be a restricted fund, so you could only use it,
For those, that purpose of that.
yeah.
okay,
I mean, initially it'll be some, building on your part, but I think
Yeah,
in the back end of it, it'll make it easier for decisions made for that, and we can track it a little bit more.
yeah,
Okay.
So we'll make sure I kept up and understood this,
Okay.
so this money's gonna come in,
from these departments. We have to put it in the basic fund, general basic fund.
That's what Carrie Johnson said, yes.
And so when we're looking at this spreadsheet of what the balance is, we want a sub-fund out there to say, yes, that is the 11,160,000, or that's not right, the ending balance, wherever it is. The 3,282,000 is the projected ending balance, but of that, 43,628 is earmarked for
Yeah,
this.
so that's what that sub-fund will do, it will take it out of there, so you'll know.
It will take it
It
out
will
of
take
there?
it out of
It
there,
will
be in
take it
its
out of there.
own fund.
So when somebody goes in and says, oh, your balance is
Yep.
growing,
Yep.
we won't even have to, cause the balance won't be growing.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I thought it was still gonna be in there,
No.
and we had to do a deduct. but
No,
that's
it
not
will
the
be if we don't do a sub-fund, it will be in there, and then you'd have to remember that, but if we did a sub-fund, then it wouldn't. We've never done one, so it'd be a learning
Not
experience.
certain of it.
But I'd like to see what Elizabeth thinks about that first before we do it.
Yeah.
But we still need to do a different department, whether we do the sub-fund or not.
Carla Becker said to keep it under supervisors and still do it under supervisors. Right now, it's under a new, department called Emergency Response Complex.
Yep, and that's what I have open here.
Yeah, so, and I'd ask Elizabeth that too.
Yeah.
So, you were talking about the courthouse building at one point in the parking lot to the north. And now there's not a sub-fund there, that's just, that money's parked in, or it's not parked anywhere, just when the time comes, you hope to do it on a general basic.
Yeah, and you can somehow, when we were saving for the courthouse roof, we were doing that, I don't remember the details, but we were setting money aside for that, and, it was part of the general basic, but yet it was,
Capital improvements, I think, or capital
but
project.
restricted somehow. So that also is money that we couldn't use for anything but a capital project for the courthouse. But we weren't taking money in either, you know, it was just
Right.
us
Budgeted that direction.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, so this is a little bit different, but I think we wanna accomplish kind of the same thing, but how we do it is.
Would it be cleaner to keep it in its separate department versus keeping it under the supervisors?
It's not gonna matter if it's in a sub-fund.
I mean, for tracking like the utilities, the building repair and maintenance, like how we have it all spelled out here, is that
We're not gonna have any utilities, right? As long as-
Well, you'll have to pay
You'll pay
utilities
it,
and then
no.
they'll reimburse,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, I'm just asking you, you know, it's the way you see it as the auditor, does it make more sense to have it as a separate department to track it that way, or is it
If it's in a
easier
sub-fund, it's not gonna matter, cause the sub-fund's only gonna be for that building.
Yeah,
So it doesn't matter what department it is, it's only gonna be,
okay.
that complex is the only thing that's gonna be in that sub-fund.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever, I guess what Elizabeth says
Okay.
is the best route, and she always leads us in
Yeah.
a good direction, so
Yeah.
I'd say that's good.
I will talk to her, see what she recommends and go from there, so as far as an amount, well, I don't even know, I think maybe it's just better right now until we get this set up to just leave
Yeah.
it. Okay,
We can figure all that out in a
Yeah.
hurry, you
Okay.
know, yeah.
Yep.
okay,
Alright. We wanna chat about the district court change?
sure.
Yeah.
I got an email yesterday, Dale asked, I forgot his name for a second. Dale, said that he is hoping to be working more consistently at 60 hours. So we wanted to make sure that he had enough in there to cover that 60 hours. He wasn't sure what the wage increase would be. I said it was, at this point was at 4%. So he said if we just upped it to that 16, I gotta get in there.
This email says 12,660.
12,660.
Oh, sorry,
Wage.
yeah, 12,660, yes, sorry.
And then
And
the FICA and
yeah.
IPers to
Yep.
reflect that.
yep, so the FICA, would be 969 and the IPers would be 1196. So it's just a few $100.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'd be against that. What was the FICA and IPers? I'm just gonna write them on the sheet.
Now it's 969 for FICA and 1196 for IPers. And so that I did put in already, and that is included in the fund balance for general basic and general supplemental.
I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
We're not talking a lot of money, and actually, probably, I mean, yes, change it, but that department will probably handle that anyway.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, oh yeah.
Cause it's not a big dollar
No.
amount.
Yeah, instead of an overall change of 15%, looks like.
Yeah.
But there's other things incorporated in that too,
Mhm.
is the,
Yeah,
it
it's
looks
not
like
just.
the jury witness court expense went up
Yeah.
from 35 to 75, so.
So you must have these in our, I'm sorry, I didn't look, I was just looking at my book, you must have them in our back.
Yeah.
In the folder,
Yeah.
it-
Sorry. You know what I was just looking at though? Didn't we approve reimbursing him for his phone? Didn't that get approved just lately?
Yeah,
So
Oh,
that's,
not in there.
that's not in there, so we
Mhm.
should, we need to add that.
okay, yep,
And what is
Good
that?
memory.
Is that 25? Is that what we do, 25?
it was 100 for last year.
I don't remember talking about it, did we talk about it?
Must have been before we were.
Okay,
I don't remember. It seems like it was just not that long ago, but.
there are a lot of things that seem like it
I
wasn't that
know.
long ago.
Yeah, last year, 24-25, it was budgeted at 100, so, which,
was that a full year, or was it decided after the fact?
No, that's how much that was used, was 100. There was nothing in the budget.
oh, yeah, I was looking at the wrong spot.
So
Yeah.
we get, was there a specific dollar amount?
I think that our policy says 25
25.
a month, I think.
Okay. So we just set it as that.
So $300.
Yeah.
Needs to be $300.
So I will,
Yeah, that makes sense, $25 a month, 100 only give you 4 months.
Yeah.
We're only
No,
gonna
quite-
reimburse
no,
you for
quite.
4 months.
okay.
You get out everything.
Yeah.
I know I've done that too. All right, anything else with that one, district court?
So I did make that change. I'm gonna put on the agenda for next week to set the date and time for the tax levy hearing. I'm hoping that we can have that, didn't bring my sheet in with me, but I'm hoping we can have that the 25th
Of March,
of March.
good.
The earliest we can have it is the 20th. I was thinking the earliest was the 25th, but it's the 20th. So if we have it the 25th and it's published the 19th, so the tax notices will go out the 15th.
Okay,
The mailing,
Yes. They have to go out by the 15th. Then if we publish the 19th and 20th,
Is that
No,
enough time?
no.
It has to be the week before,
yeah,
doesn't it?
12th and 13th. I have it all written down on my calendar and I forgot to bring my calendar in. So I think it's published the 12th, 13th. It goes out the 15th. We have the hearing the 25th. And then on April 1st, we set the date and time for the regular public hearing and have that, I think, the 22nd. Okay,
That sounds
it'd be nice
good.
if we do all that a month earlier, but we can't, so.
I know, right? Yeah.
Not with the way they've changed
Not with the way
everything.
they changed everything.
Used to be March 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And the meeting on the 25th is the one that is more contentious than the one on the 22nd of April.
Yeah, that talks about the tax levy in
tells people how much
particular.
their taxes are changing, yeah,
On which one, on, back in March.
Yeah,
correct.
and then the one in April is the whole budget.
By then, they don't care.
They know what they wanna know by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
They, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they could,
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay,
sounds like it's important, I mean, I appreciate the update, sounds like it's important that we get things at the right time. Again, from what we read in that magazine, that they,
yeah,
it was a good article.
yeah, it was very good,
mhm.
yeah. Yeah, we have to have our information, cities, us, schools have to have it in by March 5th to the Department of Management, which means not just in, but it has to be in, published, ready for, in, submitted and ready for published in the newspaper by the 5th.
So a week from tomorrow.
So we're ready?
no, because we haven't, I mean,
And when are we gonna be ready?
well,
I'm not, I sound ignorant as hell, I apologize.
No, you don't. I mean, basically, unless you have more decisions to make, it's just getting everything finalized.
We're as done as we wanna be,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
I mean, so,
well, yeah, because, to reopen up the wage discussion, I mean, that's a lot of change.
yep,
I mean, everybody's still feeling okay with the difference of the 4 and the 6?
I'm more, can we, so then we're talking about fund balance.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to
so
get to
if you
next.
go into fund balances, the only difference is gonna be, the 20-some thousand for
Mental health,
mental health. And then,
that's in general,
there's the IPERS, but IPERS is out of general basic, so that's just 1,000 or something.
right, but mental health, the 20,000 will be out of general.
The IPers.
No,
No.
the IPERS for the advocate will be at a general supplement.
Okay.
Cause all of IPERS comes out of general supplement.
Oh, but out of general basic,
Is
the 20,000,
for the wage.
for the wage,
But then they're,
but their benefits are out of supplemental.
yes.
Okay, yep,
And this 20,000, again, making sure I'm keeping up, that was, we don't know that we're gonna spend 20,000, but we're budgeting 20,000 in case
Correct.
we need it.
In case we have to reimburse Winnebago County for the advocate that we're
right,
sharing with them.
right,
Alright,
And the reason that's not in there is because we don't know where to put it yet, because they haven't figured out exactly what to do. Region said general basic, so that's where I plan on putting it, but I don't know what function code, which basically is service area, to put it in, because where it is right now is for reimbursement from the region. Well, that will no longer exist after July 1st, so we can't use that. And Carrie Johnson hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'm sure they're trying to figure that out just like we are, so.
but
Yep.
that's all things that you're gonna
I'll
basically,
take
you're
care
gonna
of
take
that,
care
there's
of.
nothing,
It's
but just to
not-
let you know, that's the only difference that will change are those things.
Yeah,
is-
and there won't be a change in the levy at all, cause that has to be this for general
No.
basic.
No,
for,
it'll
you know,
just be the
3
ending fund balance is all that will change.
Will be changed a little bit.
A little bit, not much, just
Okay.
that, those amounts.
I feel like I'm pressing, I'm
No,
not trying to
no,
press,
no.
I'm trying, so what's gonna, are we gonna, something has to be ready by March fifth, that leaves us one more Tuesday. So in the spirit of hating to wait until the last minute, I mean.
Well, so I've already entered everything in the Department of Management that we have done, so
they have it,
everything's.
you haven't submitted it?
I haven't submitted it, it's
Yeah.
just,
It's ready to go.
saved, yeah. So all I have to do is wait for your guys' approval to say, yep, this is the tax levy rates that we're gonna be at, yep, this is what we wanna do, and then,
So do we should, excuse me, I'm sorry, do we traditionally do that the last possible Tuesday, or do we try to be ahead of that, or what's history?
Be nice to be ahead of it.
yeah,
That means today, right?
yeah. And it's not like it's a motion or anything, it's just deciding, we're not making any more changes after today.
Right.
Right,
You know, Tammy,
right.
you can go ahead and,
Well, I'm okay with you not submitting it until next Tuesday, I mean, I'm giving us that spare week, but I guess I prefer to be in a position to say, this is where we intend to be.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And if, again, please, if I'm naive, come over here with a bat, and
No,
knock me
no,
over the
no,
head.
no, you're fine.
So,
Yeah.
Carter, you saying you wanna go over these, is that what you're saying?
Well, I just say, if you looked at the fund balances,
I have,
Okay.
but I'm not, I don't know what's acceptable so those fund balances are at the current levy rate, is that correct?
Correct.
We haven't increased anything at all?
Just the 160 to 170 in general supplemental, that's the only one.
the other
It's
two
only
are,
one we can.
That's
the
only
other
one.
two are going down.
So the 160 to 170, clue me in or update me or tell me what I don't know, cause I don't know what we're talking about.
The levy rate, last year was $1.60 per thousand,
And we went to $1.70.
yes.
When did we do that?
When?
Yeah,
Oh, so when I was going in, putting in all the numbers, that was the base number that I put in order to have at least 25%
25% of,
Fund balance.
fund balance.
okay, alright, okay, that got us to covering that.
Yeah, it's over that, but
Okay,
yes,
alright.
and that is just a starting point to set a levy rate and go from there, so you know, you can
In
look
these
at it.
balances right now, there's a 10 cent to the general supplemental.
Yes, increase,
And that's it.
Right,
That's the only increase that is
W-
happening.
that we
It's the
can
only one we
make.
can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you use a rural supplemental levy, which, some counties for the first time ever are using that this year, some counties already have, some counties are not. But, some counties that are struggling, with getting down to the 3.5
Mhm.
or trying to get by with limitations of 3%, are using rural supplemental for the first time.
And we don't have one now.
no.
And I
I-
don't think at this point you need to,
Right.
but
Okay.
that's just
I don't
my
know.
opinion.
No, I was gonna ask what.
That would add a whole nother,
I was gonna ask you
Levy.
what's your professional
well, and a whole
opinion.
nother levy on everybody's tax statement and.
I understand.
I
Yeah.
don't
Well,
think,
no, I don't either, thank you, I keep talking,
yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think,
need to go there this year.
no,
No, and honestly, if we ever have to, I guess that's when we look at it.
Yeah.
But, you know, right now, as long as our fund balances are maintaining, I mean, and then I say we just keep them status quo anyway, I don't know.
So when I look at this, I hate it when everybody says spreadsheet all the time, whatever. So when I look at this, I see the end, a year ago in July, I see what we're estimating for this July, and then there's so the ending fund balance unassigned, right? That's what I'm looking
Are you
at?
looking at general basic?
I am, I
Okay,
think so.
I just wanna look at the same thing as you.
So, we're up a little from what we were, the budget at the end of July of 26 is that it'll be above what it was in July of 24.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then somewhere along the line said, well, maybe, but, and I'm not even sure it was here, could have been anywhere else, but, maybe your budgets, maybe your ending balances should go up just from an inflation factor and everything, but, I mean,
if you're comfortable with it, I can be comfortable with it, but that's my question. So it's gonna be less than what we're estimating it to be this July, but it's gonna be more than what it was a year
Correct.
ago.
Yes,
A year ago right now.
yes,
And that can fluctuate because departments don't typically spend all their money,
Sure.
so honestly, we might be looking
Understand?
quite a bit, you know, a little bit better.
So
yeah,
everybody in the room is, I'm pinning you down, but everybody in the room is comfortable with this.
General basic, I'm comfortable with.
me too.
I would say.
I
Okay,
am comfortable
so-
with that one.
Don't wanna steal your thunder here, Carter, but can we move on to the next one?
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely.
Apologize.
Yep, so then we're looking at general supplemental.
And and that's reflecting putting the $1.70 in instead of the $1.60.
That's
and
correct.
it's still down
Yes.
$500,000.
Correct.
Yes.
Or $620,000 from what it was a year ago.
Yes.
Yes,
And that's, I assume the way you're looking at it, that's not good.
well, it's still above the 25%, but it's lower than it's been, and so, I'm not saying it's not good, I just hate it when it gets to that point where it's lower than
That
where you
close.
want it to be. There's not a lot that we take out of supplemental, and I think part of the reason why it's lower is because we did move some things to be taken out of supplemental last year.
Mostly insurance.
Yeah, so,
And the EMA.
yeah.
Yeah,
So that makes a little bit of a difference there. So, overall, if you think about it like that, it's just we're taking more things out than we used to. It's, if you look at it that way, it's probably not that big of a difference.
No,
But
and
it-
if we continue to have to move the things to general supplemental that are allowed, it is expected that levy will have to go up with the limitations we have
Absolutely.
everywhere else.
Mhm.
So it's kind of, I don't wanna raise taxes, but the difficult part we're in is we're being limited.
Yes.
And so our other funds have to remain healthy, or we get into a little bit of trouble, and that is kind of, that's quite a bit lower than it was.
Yeah.
I can already hear the comment coming back to me, so you wanna hear what I'm gonna hear coming back? It's gonna be welcome to the big boys club, but, so what does the state legislature hope to prove by saying you can only do this to general basic, but go ahead and do whatever you want to general supplemental?
because you can only put certain things into the supplemental levy, whereas in general basic, you're not.
But we can take,
So-
there's a lot of things we're taking out of general basic over there
Yeah.
that.
So House File 718 originated because there were 30 counties in Iowa that were above the set maximum.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to
Rein them in.
go, rein them in. And that's how House File 718 started. And so by 2029, I believe, those counties have to be at the $3.50 max for general basic and $3.95 for rural basic.
Where are we at for rural basic?
We're like $1 or $2, we're way below.
Right, I'm sorry. I interrupted.
Yeah, no, we're not even close to that max. We've never been at max for rural basic.
No, never.
So,
And that's where, you know, the talk with, you know, everything that we need for roads and bridges and whatever, I mean, honestly, at this point, I mean, even next year, I don't even anticipate that we'll be able to afford to move anything else.
no.
Not with that kind of a, not with that kind of a fund balance, I mean, we are, down, and we also have to, I mean, when we're doing this, we can't just think of now, we have to think of a year and a half from now, and right now, with the talk of them eliminating the loss tax, that's a lot of money out of the rural basic fund.
Yep.
And, we will be in a really tight situation, so I really wish we would not have done that loan at this point until we had a better idea of what was going to happen in the legislature, cause when that happens, we just have no choice. Well, that's $1.3 million of revenue
that we may not get.
Yeah, and they're talking, apparently there's something in legislation right now about rollbacks. So, again, so if those rollbacks are changed or eliminated, that could have an effect on us too.
Okay, so if they eliminated the rollback, that's gonna increase the taxable valuation, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So, from a budgeting standpoint and everything, how is that, it wouldn't be negative to us, or you're?
Well, we're
explaining-
still capped at
Right.
that 3%, so.
In the general basis.
Yeah, and, then it also depends on if they're eliminating it, I'm sure there's gonna be more to it than just eliminating it or changing it. And so that comes with,
So your assumption is that it won't be good for us?
I'm assuming that the reason to do that would be to benefit the taxpayer.
Yes.
So I don't know how that benefits the taxpayer, just eliminating rollbacks, there has to be more to it than that. That's what I'm thinking.
I understand, I think I understand.
I do know that there is a committee and a task force, if you will, down at the Capitol now working on, well, Evan Deal from here in Algona is part of that, he's clerking down there this year, but, they're going through specific county budgets from around the state and seeing what areas they think that we're wasting per se, and then determining legislation based off of some of that, and I'm just letting you know, I mean, that's happening too,
Well,
so.
good, I hope that they see how much counties really are struggling and that there's less waste than they think there is.
My question was gonna be exactly where are we wasting?
Yeah,
So that's, and that's exactly what you say, Tammy, I mean, hopefully they can see that and say, okay,
Yeah.
well, I hope it does influence legislation,
right,
in a positive way,
right.
but, yeah.
So, we talked about things being set and that's where we're, I'm kinda thinking that, is our health insurance, is that set? Do we know where that's gonna be? Do we know what, we're going with that projected cost that?
Right
Okay.
now, it's at that 15% that Doug recommended.
Okay, alright, that's. Okay,
And to add to that, I do know that I think it would be helpful, with the discussion of insurance, instead of just, I know we make the decision, but I think we could start, educating employees. How we do that is another story, because it's like, how do you get everybody together, and what scenarios do you do it in, but, just educating them on the fact that, well, where the money comes from, because I think that question was asked, like, how is this paid for? Well, property tax, just because it's its own fund, it is funded by property tax. And maybe some people don't realize that, and just educating them on where that money comes from, how it's being spent, what we're responsible for, just doing some kind of an explanation that's not like extravagant, but just a basic, here's what happens with your health insurance every year, and then maybe they'll understand why we have to make the decisions that we do to possibly change that. I guess, to me, I look at it, there's two things we can do. We can raise the deductible in the out-of-pocket, to get a lower rate, or we change how the employee pays. And not saying I really wanna do that, but I'm wondering if employees would rather have a more consistent, this is what I pay out of my paycheck, kind of thing, or a change in deductible that maybe they'll be lucky and not use 1 year. Some counties do like a 25% difference between single and family, and that would be an ever-changing amount. Well, I don't know, in looking at my own self, and not just with this, but I guess I'd rather have a stable number, but I don't know. But there's only two ways to not raise the property taxes for that. And that's hard.
Well, and I know with that high deductible plan, you have to have so many
Yeah.
people in order to do it, so people can't make that decision until they understand what they're doing. So meeting with people and educating them on how they work and if it works for them or not, then makes them feel better as to whether or not that's a real option for them. So that communication, I think, before any changes are made,
Yeah.
it is very beneficial for them.
And that's what
and the one-
Michelle was kinda saying too,
Yeah.
is that she would make herself available to come up and meet with people one-on-one to discuss their scenarios, and yes,
But
this
I
would work
think-
good for you.
I think that needs to happen before any changes are made
Right.
Yeah.
on your end budgetary wise, but
Mhm.
Michelle did that, and then she could provide us input on how things went.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
She
really
could come
think
back
that
and
would
say,
be
I
good.
think 15, at least 15 people would sign up, it would be a good move for you guys to do this, or I only had a few people that are actually interested in it, probably not a good idea at this point.
Right.
So, that'd be good input to have for that.
yeah, I agree.
Well, I think it would, I think the employees would, because honestly, I mean, we are supposed to be taking care of them. You know, I think it would give them some confidence in board that maybe they don't have right now. That we want them to understand things before we just implement. I think right now, it just seems like, oh, we're doing this, and it's so short in the notification process that they can't even absorb it. You know, does that make sense?
Mhm, yeah.
And so I think that right now, when we have employees coming in here and they're upset, you know, it is our job to address those things. They have valid points, and, you know, hence why I wanted to keep it consistent. And I don't have to go down that road at all, but I'm just saying that's why I wanted to keep it consistent. I thought that it was gonna give them a little bit of a morale booster that, okay, they're working together to keep us all somewhat the same, even though we're not the same. I mean, I think everything we worked towards, we destroyed in a very short amount of time. So, and that's, I mean, you guys know where I stand with it, I'm not gonna sit there and harp on it, but I guess I don't like to see the way that's happening. We expect them to provide a service.
So for budget discussion today, so we can get to an end result, I guess what, are there feelings of the board that there are things that we wanna change before we finalize things?
I'm not gonna have much of an opinion, cause I'm not laying it on you, but from what I understand, I guess that general supplemental, you know, a year from now is gonna be $500,000 or 640, $620,000 more, less than what it is.
Yep.
Or what it was a year ago.
Right, so what's it gonna be next year?
Well, next,
Right.
yeah.
Or
it's gonna
in
be
2 years,
from now,
2 years,
right,
rather.
where's it gonna go? I mean, the easy way out is to say, okay, that you think we can get by, but, and you answered my question about the health insurance, and Doug's got his issues that we're not taking care of roads and bridges, I'm not sure where, I don't have a handle at all on where that's gonna be, and that just throws another wrench into the pile of something's gotta give type of thing, you know. Eventually, is this bridge not gonna get repaired, and what are the ramifications of that? But I don't think we can tax our way out of that, you know, at a dime at a time, you know, that's,
No.
that's a whole nother,
Mm-hmm.
that's a whole nother,
Unless costs go down next year.
yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Back to the health insurance, and the discussion, excuse me, I'm sorry for going backwards, but even, Michelle, if I have that right
Yep.
from Blue,
Yep.
she said the bottom line cost, no matter where you go, isn't gonna change a whole lot, it's just basically how you distribute it. Does that apply to the high deductible plan too?
that is different, that would raise the deductibles.
So it would raise the deductibles, but
So if the person that would take, excuse me for interrupting you, the person that would take that plan would probably be someone who's either comfortable with, they're not gonna get sick, or I'm comfortable with the fact that I can fund it if that does happen to me. So if that's not gonna change that, I think that has to change that bottom line, or even I don't see the point of going that direction. There's gotta be something in the bottom line that helps. I don't know if I'm completing the thought or not,
I understand what you're saying.
so the thought process, and Kyle would probably be able to explain it more too, cause he's brought this up multiple times, but what I've gathered from it is that it would reduce the amount that the county, is responsible for, so that would reduce what's coming out of that self-insurance towards the insurance itself.
Cause you
But
only use
in
it as
that-
you need it, right?
Yeah, in that process though, we would be looking at making an employer contribution to an FSA.
HSA.
Or HSA.
Yeah.
And so then in the end, it would wind up mostly just being a wash, because we would be putting that same amount that we would be saving by switching people to a high deductible plan into an HSA. So, but it would make it would give the employee the opportunity to, make the decisions and not just take this one plan to go to another plan that allows them to have an HSA and build that savings account for their health needs, and then they could change back it, and I think a lot of it would be attractive more towards younger, either single or young couples that don't have kids, or people that are in good health and say their spouse has another plan, the spouse has the family plan, and they just do the individual with the high deductible plan to build the HSA, different scenarios and things like that would go into play, but with that.
So I'm a little confused, I'm not confused, but just need some clarification. One, how do you determine how much you would put in that HSA? And two.
You as the county, or you as the
Yeah,
individual?
the county.
Yeah.
And two, if you're given to the HSA, how is that saving you money?
I don't think the
That's-
county's saving any money in
Yeah,
that
so
regard.
what benefit
I
would
think
it
that
be?
ultimately, I think ultimately, the county's in it to save money, there's no doubt. The
Right.
Use employer, use county, I think ultimately they're in, I think there has, I'm not overstepping any bounds, I'm not saying that's where we're gonna go. I think ultimately you have to recognize that there's, something has got to change. If you don't think things are gonna change, if you think that I'll pick on you as an employee,
Sure.
okay, I'm just using, it's easier
Yeah,
to say.
sure.
You have to realize that the county is not going to be able to afford to go down the path that we're going, no matter how much or me, it can be me too, cause I'm an employee here now too. This is not gonna go on. So what are our alternatives, and how can we get there?
Right.
And I think, from my personal experience, with my wife's insurance, so here's the HSA, here's where the traditional plan is going, it's gonna cost you this much. The HSA is gonna cost you this much, and obviously they're trying to steer us toward where they want us to go. And it saved them money, and they put in $1,000. Every bit of the savings that came from the plan didn't go into the HSA, but the employer did put in $1,000, and you can put in whatever you want, depending on your age and your marital status. And I cautiously use marital, I'm not sure that's the determining, but it is, it's married, I think it is married, and I don't even know what the definition of that is anymore. But I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't speak of it. But anyway, so it's around 4,000 plus an inflation factor for a single, and 8,000 plus
inflation factor for a family, and then you had 1,000, like ours this year is gonna be like 9,100 or 9,200 is the most that can go into the HSA. And the employer's putting 1,000 in, and I think I said it last week, I'll say it again, we're putting in everything we can right now. I'm not sure why, but that's, I guess to save taxes right now, and it's there for the future, but I think the short course is that ultimately you gotta understand as the employee that this is gonna go up, and how can I best mitigate it for everybody? But if you don't buy into that, which is fine, you know, then there probably is no point in going down that path. But that might be an oversimplification too.
Yeah, my concern is if you look at the population, you know, even just those here in the courthouse, we're not young anymore. You know, a lot of us are past that age of kids at home and, you know, I mean, and, you know, so I just don't know what that interest is gonna be, if it's going to be, and I think it's worth looking into, I'm not saying that at all, I definitely think it is. I think, but we need to go there first before any decisions are made here, budgetary.
Yeah, I mean, you go down to the courthouses, few of them have even children at home.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and you're indicating it's been different in the past, and I'm sure it has. Things in cycles, I mean, so it's a whole nother discussion, and people aren't staying with the same job like they used to. They say people are comfortable having 4 or 5 different jobs, and pensions don't matter to them anymore,
But I don't know that we see that here so much.
here being the courthouse, here
you know,
being the county.
County, I mean, I know secondary road is completely different, and, you know, even, but otherwise.
They would have a lot of young families, yeah.
Otherwise, other than them, we don't have a lot of turnover.
Right.
But, so, you're just, am I interrupting anybody?
No, go ahead.
You're just like everyone else, whether it's nurses or school teachers, or we're anticipating this huge, you know, we're getting older and we're anticipating this, who's gonna be there to cover it.
Yeah.
And maybe you're right, not right, it's not that you're right, maybe it's a good point that maybe it's not something to look into right now, but when do you look into it? And the warning that everybody wants, I think, you know, we need to be prepared. It's happening other places, it may not apply here because it's an older group of people, you know, I hate to generalize.
No, I know, but it's, that's what
But you go 10 years down the road in the courthouse here and.
It might be a younger group.
You're gonna have a
How many of these
yeah.
people are still gonna be here?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I definitely think we need to look into it, and
Just not
sooner.
drop it in their
Right.
laps and say, well, this is what we're
Yeah.
doing, so
Right.
make a choice.
Yep.
This way they can
They have.
have some warning time and have the ability, if we stick to our part of it and have, you know, the gal from Blue Cross Blue Shield come here and say, hey, we're gonna be here at this time, set up a time to meet with her. See what it's like. There was a couple people who said they might be interested if they really understood it a little bit better, so. I think that doing some of that beforehand will help. If we make that change, make it a little less.
In the same breath, educate yourself, ask what
Yeah.
your contemporaries are doing and what it's costing them and how it's working for them.
Yeah.
And why it's working or not working. for
Well,
them.
even me, I need more education than even what I need to really sink my brain into it and, you know, understand not only how it's gonna benefit me, but how the effects it has on the county, because I wanna know that too.
Right, because I think that, like, if we would've made the decision right now to change it, we're specifically only looking at it from the dollar amount. Which I'm not saying we shouldn't look at the dollar amount, we have to do that. But I think it would sit a little bit better if we're looking at it from a little bit broader range of perspective than just the almighty dollar, because like, I just felt like, wow, I just don't get this, I'm not willing to make this change because it's gonna affect so many people, it's in our hands, I wanna understand it
Right.
more. I do, I really do, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, and I am saying, yeah, obviously with the look of our, you know, financial situation, we're having to make those decisions, and on the other hand, I'm gonna say kudos to us that we have an aging population here, because it means everybody stayed here.
Absolutely.
You know, they stayed here,
Uh-huh.
and that speaks volumes. Why did they stay here? I mean, let's talk about that. I mean, we don't have to talk about that, but I'm saying, let's talk about that. They stayed here because they felt taken care of.
Cause they had a good benefit package. I mean, there's
Yes.
people that took jobs here a long time ago that took pay cuts because of the benefit package. You know, it is what it is. The county's always had a good benefit package, and they did feel taken care of, and now things are changing.
And decent wages too.
Decent wages, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, really, if you go out in the job market, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just saying we should be thankful for the fact that we have those people that have stayed, and so it's kind of our job to manage that. Yeah, sometimes you gotta make that hard decision to change it,
Mhm.
but let's educate them on the change that we're thinking before we do it, so that they understand it,
I agree.
and they can prepare.
Well, then let's not drop the ball.
Right.
When
No.
2 weeks goes by, or 2
Yeah.
months goes
Yeah.
by, let's not drop the ball, because
Yeah.
things,
Time goes fast, it gets away from all of
and
us.
things are gonna change, things are gonna have to change. And I've said this out loud, I think already, I've been shouting from the mountaintop for as long as I've been paid for my own health insurance, that this can't continue. Healthcare going up at 6% and
No.
general, but it has.
Yeah.
It has continued, so I've been wrong, but,
Yeah.
and as, I don't wanna be the evil outlook out there, but it just, it's not gonna, I don't think the general public, hence the taxpayer, is gonna put up with, and you made a big change a year ago, I appreciate that was a big change, but it's kinda like putting one finger in the hole of the dike and there's 15 others sprouting type of thing.
Well, and, you know, to say, yeah, I think we can't drop the ball.
No.
We have to have those conversations, so next year, all this is going to do is make us as a board more prepared for that decision, and we can make it'll be much easier, because we have prepared ourselves for that change. Granted, we don't have the final rates and all of that stuff, but we can still say beforehand, hey, this is what we have educated, and this is what we're really thinking is the best, and then they can bring that forward, and
You don't wanna eat that.
That's part of the difficulty of the situation though, is we'll be going into it, looking at it as a change for next year, but we won't know what any of the rates are gonna be for next year, so we can't say, well, this is what it's gonna cost you, this is what it's gonna cost the county to, you know, make a move to this.
but we
No,
can
but
base
you'll-
it on this year.
Right, you'll know what this year's cost
Right.
would be, so that at least
Well,
they'd
we
have
had
an
a
idea.
30% jump one year in insurance, and I know that wasn't just health insurance, but, you know, what's to say that's not gonna happen, and we sit here and look at these numbers and saying, well, this is what we have this year. We could be projected to be around the same area, or, you know, this much more, but what happens if it's a major jump, and then, you know, we've put all this time and effort into trying to hash this out, and then it just completely changes, and then we get no one on board with it.
You have to put the time and effort to even know
Right.
if they're willing to do it.
Right.
You have to.
No, and the education part of it and explaining how, you know, this is how it works and this is how it could benefit you and things like that. One of the other things that we also didn't mention was that if we did move to, a high deductible plan, one of the benefits for the employee is that we, and this is all discussion, that we no longer have them pay the $250 for the family portion. If they move to a high deductible plan, that was also brought up too, that would be a benefit to the employee, that wouldn't be an out-of-pocket expense.
But that's-
That would be.
I doubt that's realistic, but.
But that's-
No, it was a possibility.
That's not gonna
It could
benefit
be.
the county at all. I mean,
No.
then you're going
No.
backwards again.
Right,
But you're right, what you said is right, it was brought up as a possibility.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're right.
I'm not saying that that's the direction that we're going, but that is a potential incentive to move more people to high deductible.
I'm not trying to, we've already covered it, I'm not trying to say, hey, the end is coming, but you don't wanna hear, well, you didn't prepare us for this, we need to be preparing them for it.
Yeah.
Whatever, and I don't know how you do that, cause I know that 'tis the season and 2 months goes by and we're out of the season and everything, you know, and so, anyway.
And it's hard to, when you have so many different dynamics, like, okay, how do you hit the jailers, you know, how do you, cause they all have such different hours.
Mhm.
So it's gonna take some effort
Planning,
to try and get it managed, but, you know,
Yeah.
Starting now, it can be done. Yep.
it can be done, it's just trying to figure it out. And, you know, maybe on a day that, and I have no idea how long Doug's safety meetings are, but maybe on a day that he's having a safety meeting with all his employees, maybe that would be a good time
well, we're having
for
that
them.
in, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
In October, I think it is,
Yep.
we're having that, safety day where we do everything. It's on,
That's a holiday, right?
yeah, well, we don't get that
I
holiday, but
understand,
we're
I
gonna,
understand.
yeah. So maybe that's something that can be offered that
Because
day
we're
as well.
closed or whatever, we'll be closed.
We'll be closed,
Courthouse
yes.
closed.
Okay,
So maybe that's something that could happen that day too.
yeah,
Yep.
because then we have, yeah, we have people.
That'd give us plenty of time to kinda get some things rolling and have it ready to present by then and.
Well, and maybe she could even come and meet with people that, before that too, and
Right.
then just,
Oh,
you know,
sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, cause I definitely think we can't drop the ball on it, and we're gonna,
Yeah.
you know, we can have Donna help with some of
Yeah,
this too.
oh, yeah.
Of course, cause she's, you know, the HR, but, yeah,
Yep.
So, Doug always talks about, and maybe I should wait for Doug to be here, but Doug always talks about everything he's doing and everything. Is there any way, and I appreciate Doug's attention to detail, and he understands what's going on with that spreadsheet that
Yes.
literally spread through. But
Yeah.
is there any way to hand more of that to Donna and off of Doug to help Doug out, or?
She does to help with that
I
part of
understand.
it, so.
More was the operative
Oh,
word there.
oh, yeah, that's
Is there
not
any
a
way to
question
move?
for me to answer. I don't know.
Yeah, Taylor.
You know.
He may not wanna give it up, but she may not
That's
wanna
a
do it.
lawyer
Yeah,
answer.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna go there.
No, no. I mean, that's a conversation for them, yeah, and to talk to them specifically about that.
and I think, you know, the reason why it's been in the engineer's office, cause that's where it started, you know.
Yeah.
It
Just
all
cause Trish did it and,
It all started with when Richard was here.
Richard
Is
was
when this
involved.
originally started and getting
But you
the,
didn't have an HR person at that time.
no, we did not,
Correct.
we did not.
And I'm not going down a path, I don't care if somebody's in the sheriff's department that wants to take it, but if, you know, if there's somebody that could, I don't care what department it is, but it seems logical. But I don't have an agenda there either.
no, I'm following you there too, but,
I'm hoping that the whole planning and zoning, he wasn't doing the sanitarium, but I'm hoping that helps and.
yep,
and,
I'm sure it will.
Well, that was the-
I'm sure it's gonna take a year or two or three, but this is what I need help on this year, this is what I need help on next year, hopefully,
it's like when I took over business from my predecessor, I called him daily. And then you get to the point where you call him weekly, and then you get to the point where, now I just call him to say hi, you know, it's just, yeah,
so hopefully.
Yeah.
but. Okay, well, as far as,
So that's general supplemental, so the next one is the rural basic, and there's nothing to be done there, or that levy stays the same?
We're
Because it
maxed.
has to?
We're
Right.
maxed out on
Right.
that
We're
one.
maxed out. And we have no rural supplemental,
correct,
or we never have. You can, but we never have, and haven't had to.
correct,
And even if we put something in there, it's just another different tax increase,
mm-hmm,
so, okay, thanks.
and then secondary road fund is the last one there.
And Doug's position is we're not doing enough, but, where would it come from, type of thing.
That's where we're at.
That's where we're at, we don't have the money to do anymore.
So, and this TIF money is not reflected in here anywhere, cause it isn't here yet, or we're not?
Yeah, we budgeted for it, it's in there.
Okay, where is it at, which?
Call center.
So that's a different fund, that, yeah.
But the internal loan would
Yeah,
come out
out
of
of-
the secondary road fund.
Yes, which is rural basic.
Right,
And so what, how much did we budget we were going to get? Seems to be a whole discrepancy on we don't know if we're gonna get it or we are gonna get it. So how much do we think we're gonna get and how?
560 some
Yeah,
thousand this
so-
year.
Yeah,
But then it ramps up.
I understand that,
We hope.
but what's gonna, so what could change that 500? An act of the legislature, or is there anything else? that
Probably
could change?
have to be an act of legislature.
Otherwise, it's coming.
Cause there's certainly plenty of counties out there using TIF and it goes exactly with that step program and everything, but the legislature, I mean, that's really, they would have to change
Are they
something.
talking about anything now in their talks that was gonna, that would change that?
I haven't heard anything for this legislative session,
So,
depending on rollbacks.
Yeah.
Yep.
so,
that 500, you're expecting it in the 25-26 fiscal year?
Yeah, 536,829.
And it's already spent.
It's already spent,
Well,
basically.
to pay back the internal loan.
Yeah, it
it will be spent on
earmarked to be spent to,
a road or bridge project.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. And changing this, can I change the subject a little?
Sure.
So it was brought up last week, and when Summit met with me as an individual, as a new supervisor, and said, well, there's gonna be $3 million of property tax dollars, is that what they said? I think that's what they said.
I'm sure that's what they told you.
So that's not accurate.
Well,
We don't know, I mean, we were told when the windmills were coming, the amount that we were going to get, and it's not even close.
less than a third
Yeah, it's not even
Because the
close.
legislature changed things
rollbacks.
Rollbacks, commercial.
specific to wind.
No, just commercial properties.
Everything, yeah.
Everything.
And I think the wind has been a double whammy because that's what's pushed us over in evaluations as well. I mean,
So it put the valuation up, but
but we didn't.
that really,
get plucked up.
that really didn't affect us because we're still maxing out the
Yeah.
increase.
The
That we
increase
can
in
have.
valuation didn't help us, basically.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
So we're limited in more than one way, and
But even if that valuation hadn't gone up at all or had gone up much more, it really wouldn't matter, we'd still be maxing out the inflation clause of the. So where's the new, and somebody mentioned once, I'm not even sure if it was in this room or it was in one of the meetings I attended, that the pipeline would be new and different, and so that wouldn't be as limiting on the valuation. Is that a pipe dream or is that real?
it would be centrally assessed like a utility, is what we talked about. And so that is different.
yep,
And it's based upon each of those different, taxing districts, where the money is going to go and what.
Okay, let me simplify the question, is if the pipeline was to come through, and if rollbacks, and if the projection was the valuation, would that still be subject to the limitation, or is it some new and different use and we'd get more money out of it?
The utility is different.
yeah,
The utility is different.
And we would get more money out of it, potentially, if things didn't change?
I would
But
think.
Potentially, yes. Potentially.
Okay,
If legislation is.
so what seems to happen is they send a lobbyist in Des Moines and get things changed to their benefit, is that what seems to happen?
Well, they want tax incentives, yeah. I mean, can't blame them.
Well, I can blame them for getting them after the fact.
I know, but I'm saying you can't blame them because the legislature gives it to them, so you might as well go ask. But,
Sounds like we need a better lobbyist. Now, that state will find its way to Des Moines in a hurry, Isaac.
but. So we need to know if we're looking to make any changes. Whether that, have we been through each budget?
So the only question I have, there's, I'm sure somebody's gonna see it or know it, or it's no secret, but there is 50,000 in there for the
grandstand, is that correct, coming out of the
General basic.
general basic? I'm not gonna sit here and suggest that we shouldn't do it, but, is that what you intend, or we intend?
I'm comfortable with that number from the general basic, me, myself. I'm more comfortable with that than I am promising them something from the TIF right now. Because, like I said, I wanna see the money to believe it.
So the
Plus-
money, I'm sorry, but so
No.
the money we might have given them from the TIF, where's that money gonna go?
Well, that has to come from, a general revenue bond, so it's another loan. And so I'm just not comfortable in taking out more loans right now. I mean, right now, our financial position is way different, and, I don't wanna take out another loan right now. I mean, I don't know if I'm even answering what you were asking, but, so we would have to take out a loan to pay, say, cause we all kind of felt comfortable with was it 250,000 is what we were kind of comfortable with? Well, I'd rather pay that over the course of 5 years versus take out a loan.
But we're not committed to 250,000?
No, we're not committed. I think this 50,000 was just, hey, I guess do something for them because they are doing all the fundraising efforts. I mean, they are trying.
Just reminded me, didn't mean to stop you, but Ben Crone reached out to me this morning, wondered what I was doing next Monday around 2 o'clock. I'm working in Boone that day, but, they would like one member of the Board of Supervisors to be there, their, what do you call it?
Fundraising.
Let's see, their campaign group will be in town, wanted a meeting with one or more supervisors to talk about the campaign. So, throwing it out there, I meant to mention that in board discussion.
Again, I don't wanna sound like a broken record, but I'd be more than willing to fill the spot, not because I have any deep desire to be there, but because it's March and not May.
Right.
I guess my comment would be, it'd be nice if that was on our board's agenda and we all can hear what they have to say. We're all wanting to make a decision with that. I mean,
Well, no matter what they say, nothing much is gonna change next week.
It's not gonna change our budget this year, but,
I'm not suggesting what you said, it's not correct.
yeah, but
I just forgot to bring that up, cause he just told me that this morning. Yeah. So, I think more in answer to your question though, Howard, is if we would've allotted that 50,000 in the TIF instead of out of the general fund,
We'd have to take out a little bit.
then, well, it would come out of the $1 million internal loan, if we're talking next year, but that's only that's where that money went, is for secondary road projects.
So is that money gonna, if that money comes in, is it gonna get spent, no matter what? It has to be spent, or it just has to pay back the loan?
so in a TIF, you have to have the debt before you
I
can
understand,
pay the
I know
money.
that, yeah.
So you have to have more debt than money you think is gonna come in, because say you had 100,000 in debt and 500,000 came in,
Couldn't
but
take it.
you can't take it,
Right.
you can't
Right.
capture that money.
Right.
So
So
you
we're
have-
positioned well for that,
We're positioned well for that.
more than well.
More than well, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not suggesting, I better let this one unsaid maybe.
No.
Maybe it is.
That's fine.
Somebody mentioned this morning, the supervisor pay. What do you wanna do? We're gonna leave it at 4%, or do you?
I mean, I guess I'm just assuming that's where I thought we were at, where it's just everyone was at 4%. I mean, supervisors are employees too, so that's why, that was all included in that. If we wanna do something different, we can, but,
Again, I'm new here, I am finding out that it is a big job, I'm not saying it's not.
but,
And then to dovetail that with what the compensation board recommended, so, which was the 0 that somebody brought up this morning. So, but I'm not gonna make a motion to change it.
I think we did 0 for the last 2 years, as well for supervisors.
I guess I don't know, I know last year you did, but I don't know.
Last year was 0, the year before was
0.
0, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and I know I'm not the same as the whole board, but I'm not, also not taking any benefits through the county too, so I don't know. I'm contributing something that way too, but,
Yep.
yeah.
I'm in that same boat.
Last year you were too, yeah.
I mean, I'm okay, I don't necessarily need a raise, I don't care if we go to 0
And
first, I don't care.
And you two just got on too, so it's hard to get on and be like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, yeah.
First, I mean, that's really the first thing you vote on about is
I
do I
know.
get a raise or not?
I
I
know.
mean, really, it's
I know.
kind of an
And
awkward
then,
spot
like,
to be in.
You're criticized if you get one, but
Yeah.
yet,
Let's leave it where it is and see what
Yeah.
next year brings. So, it's fine.
Are we wanting to discuss any other wage changes? I know it got brought up last week that we need to potentially look at the sheriff's deputies in a similar fashion as to what we did with EMS because of their
I was hoping they
job
could bargain
duties
together.
and it's,
Yeah.
so I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
my thought's gonna land the same place it did. I thought we should have given everybody the same. Whether that number was 4% or 6% or 2%, whatever number we landed on, I felt everybody needed to be the same. I feel like even though, and I'm gonna say it, I know EMS is different and I know they have their own levy, but yet at the same time, the board of supervisors are the decision makers for that. We can be advised, but we are the decision makers for it, and I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole anymore, but no, you start picking at different departments to change. I'm just against that, because I thought that all of these different resolutions and stuff was supposed to help with some of that. That was supposed to help it, and then here we are again saying, okay, these people are different, these people are different. Well, if you really wanna say it, they're all different.
Yeah.
Every single department is different in this
Absolutely.
county. We're not like an insurance office where you know what I mean? And everybody is so different here.
So where does that take us as far as, I don't wanna put words in anybody's mouth, but I've heard a lot of fair, and I think I've heard equal, fair and equal. So where does that take us in regards to that? Is the assumption that everybody's, EMS is relatively new too, and I'm not making an argument specifically for EMS, I'm just saying is the assumption that the wages are all fair and equal where they're at, and that they should all go up the same all the time for the rest of,
Well,
and I'm not saying that, there's no position attached to that at all.
No, and I thought that was one of the things where that was supposed to be remedied through these resolutions and such that you guys, did. That it was making everything more of a fair thing, and that way, when it came budget time, that people were getting the same raises, and those resolutions just reflected the different rate, the different amount. Am I saying that right?
And that the difference in their same job would be longevity.
Yeah, and then I think there's other different things, different certifications that are in other departments. Like, take for instance EMS, not picking on them, but they have those certifications where if they get, like Phil, if he gets his AEMT, he gets $2 an hour raise. So that's already built in, so like saying, well, they have to have other certifications isn't necessarily an argument, they're already being compensated for those other certifications. And that's just because this was brand new and I just heard about that part of it, so that's why it's in my mind. I don't know if the sheriff's office, if they have to have that continuing certification stuff, I don't know. But every office is a little bit different, and I don't know, and like Doug Miller, okay, they have certifications that they get for all their engineers, you know, and I don't know what they are, but I know they're different.
If you start as an engineer tech, 2-year degree,
Yep,
you can work your way up, and if you are an engineer, you get paid more. I mean, that's just
right.
life, but
And
yeah.
those are things that, hey, that's fine, I'm not against any of those things. I was just mainly against the percentage that we were trying to be consistent on. And, as far as the certifications, no, I think if they're going to further their career with Kossuth County and get a better certification, yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. But I'm just talking a general increase.
Sorry.
No, you're okay, I was just talking the general increase for everyone, I wasn't against any certifications increases, anything like that, anything with the resolutions that were supposed to be, happen and didn't, I don't know, I just wanted to be consistent.
I've always thought, right or wrong, that your raise is based on your performance. The wage that you get is based on your job description. So when somebody's giving you a raise, it's based on how well you've done that job, not what your job duties are. So to me, if you're saying you're gonna get 6% and you're gonna get 4%, that means they're doing their job better. And that's where the problem comes from, is I look at it as that wage increase is based on your performance, not your job duties. That's what your wage is for.
And that's a good, I fully agree with you. If I was running a company, absolutely, that's how you give raises, but as a public employer, just take, I don't know, just take 2 employees that are doing the same job. One you think is not doing up to snuff work, and the other one is doing fine. But we can't go and give the one a 4% raise and the other is 0.
No,
You know, I mean, we just can't do that.
No, you can't, but you are doing that, in my mind, when you say that EMS gets 6%, but everybody else only gets 4%. To me, that's saying that you are doing.
I can see that, and I was on the minority vote last week too on that, but
I mean, that's just
But it's-
my opinion, because that's how I see raises.
it's not personal. I mean,
But can you see how some people can
I
take it
know,
personal?
I know,
Yeah,
but
it's not personal, but yet, they're just, employees aren't looking at it that way, so take a couple of years ago, nothing was done, I didn't even know if a couple is right, could've been 3, could've been 4, I don't know. But there were years where there were raises given, like a department came in and said 6%, and I think a 12% was given. Okay, and so the raises were more helter-skelter, so to speak, and there is still animosity over that. People are still upset about that, and I guess I understand it. I understand it as being on the other side of it, it makes me understand it a little bit differently. And that's why I wanted to be consistent, cause I felt like it was a step forward to those employees to say, hey, we know that things were done differently in the past because that bothered them. And I know it was communicated in here that it bothered them, and nothing changed, it's like, who cares? You know, I don't, like I said, I am saying way too much for the same thing, I don't wanna put us going
Actually,
in circles.
I'm gonna interrupt you and say, I don't think you are saying too much.
Okay.
I think part of the problem is everybody's afraid to say anything because it's going out to the whole world and everything, and it inhibits free discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were boring us and you said, we've heard this all before, I think we'd tell you, but I don't think anybody's saying.
that's enough, Amber.
I think I would do that.
Yeah.
I mean, but I also think the example that Carter gave was a little bit different than the example you gave, Tammy, in that you got 3 people within the same department that we not only don't have the power, probably don't want the power, and the department head probably doesn't want the power either, if I had to guess. Here I go down that slippery slope, don't know when to shut up again, but the 4%,
like it or not, I don't think is a reward for doing a good job. It's just cost of living, hoping to keep up the cost of living. There's no reflection on anybody's
Right.
performance.
Right.
And and I'm not defending my position, last week in the 6%, I think that's more a reflection of getting it where it needs to be. It's not that they're doing their job better, it's just getting it where it needs to be, and I'm sliding down the slope. And from what Roger has said, we need to be there with the sheriff's deputies too. And the jailers, I don't dispute any of that.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I don't dispute that people don't deserve a 6% increase. I think people deserve 6% increase. I wish we were in a financial position where we could do that. I don't think that we are.
Can we look at that? And
I
see
don't
we
know
are?
if we could afford that. What would our fund balances look if we said everybody gets 6%?
Is that something we're willing to look at though?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying we're kinda late in the game, but
Okay.
I'm just saying, my position isn't that I don't think, I mean, I think that the wages for EMS were set in the beginning to try and give them a fair wage. So I'm looking at it from a different standpoint where I thought they were fair. Like, I've never heard anybody say their wages are not fair. I've just heard that the advisory committee thinks that their fund can handle that 6% increase.
I thought it's about reflection of hiring and attracting.
Well, we need to think about that here in the courthouse too, because if we can't hire clerks, then people don't get.
Again, I heard Roger say he had half a dozen applicants for the office position, so evidently.
Well, they've had a lot of interest, is what he
Okay.
said.
Not applicants,
I don't know.
so.
He said.
He said people have been calling in, so that's, yeah.
Well, what I may be incorrectly, but what I took that to be is that job was paying enough, and evidently there has been no turnover in the courthouse specifically, but I haven't heard anybody say that they have problems filling a job, but there's been none, so how do we know? Again, is that right?
Well, there has been some. I know, the county attorneys, when they had an opening, didn't get a lot of applications.
Hired same person back.
Well, when you look at the planning zoning administrator sanitarian position,
Yeah,
Did we
how many
have
applicants we had
four?
for that?
Did we have 4, 3?
three of them.
Three that I
Well-
knew of.
You had two and then one latecomer. Wasn't that it?
No, we had 3.
That's what I mean, you had two initially, and then one applied late, or after the application deadline,
Okay.
yeah. Soft deadline, but yeah. So,
So it's,
Well, as far as what the impact of the budget, I would think somebody, and it was talked about once, if you increase it 2%, or each percentage point is gonna, between wages, IPers, health insurance doesn't change, so
Right.
but wages, IPers and
Right.
FICA,
Mhm.
somebody ought to be able to, that's gonna be this much, and I have a feeling it's a pretty big number. 1% of what's the total wages? I have no idea. Somebody said it once, but
I think when we were bouncing the numbers around at 2% a year or so ago, it was almost, correct me if I'm wrong, Carter, but I think we said 200,000 would be about a 2%
so
change.
it sounds like 10 million is the total package.
probably not far off.
No.
So 1% is.
I mean, that's a lot of our costs.
Or-
Mhm.
We don't have wages of 10 million, do we?
No.
Out of all of 150, well, maybe with benefits and all
Yeah,
that.
FICA and IPers. I don't know,
I bet-
I don't know.
I bet it's close.
It shouldn't take us long to figure it out, right?
150 employees, or isn't that what we have? Or is 130 some employees?
Yeah.
Well, to get to 10 million, they gotta average about 75,000. I don't find that hard to believe when you talk about wages and benefits. I don't find that hard to believe at
No.
all.
If you're making, to
55.
get to 75,000, you gotta make 50,000 a year, and just that in health insurance, you're at 75, if you take a family plan,
So,
so it's.
but again, health insurance wouldn't increase, to be.
Right.
Health
health insurance is static as far as whether or not wages increase. Right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it is.
So.
I will
I don't
say
even have a hard time believing that the wages plus the FICA and the IPERS gets us to that, close to that 10 million. We may not, but I wouldn't have a hard time believing it.
I would either.
2% of that would be $200,000, so.
Well,
That's
So-
what we calculated out about a year or two ago, so that's,
Of our
Wouldn't imagine it changed
expenditures,
that much.
administration, which would mostly be, that is 11.5% of 32 million.
11.5% of 32 million.
Yep.
That's for the whole budget. But like, that wouldn't include public safety, that would be in deputy wages, roads and transportation.
No, that's other public safety, that's like, breaks it out, administration out of that.
Yeah, but we spend way more than $3 million on wages. I mean, even just deputies alone are almost one. And that's just wages, so
I'm going,
maybe administration being like, I don't know.
yeah, I'd have to look in those numbers.
Probably isn't gonna show on this pie chart like that. But either way,
I'm listening. I don't look like I am, but I'm correct.
Yeah, I just thought there was something in there last year, but I guess there wasn't.
yeah.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I have old sheets, that's why. Two.
July 1st, I think I wanna go.
Cause I know the cost of we went through that in the budget, the cost of administration just in the engineer's office is 800 some thousand. And that's only 6 employees down there.
Hmm.
And so then you take 30 secondary road workers and then,
the secondary road workers though this discussion wouldn't affect them because of their.
well, we're talking number of, like how many dollars we have wrapped up in wages.
Right,
It'd be part of
right.
that.
Tammy, for like the, just office employees, what's the IPERS rate, the county's IPERS rate?
9.44%,
Say that again?
9.44%.
I'm just taking one department, you're at the beginning, I'm just taking
Yeah.
yours, just see a dollar amount, it would change. That's all I'm doing.
You can argue fair from a lot of different angles, it's just, that's.
Tammy, do you have, did you send us your new sheets? Cause I think I'm still looking at these these are from 1-3 for auditor.
I might not have.
So I guess I can't figure out for sure
Okay.
what it would change,
Let me see,
but.
let me pull it up here.
Yeah, pull it up, and then I can add. I mean, obviously, like yours stays the same, Brittany's stays the same. but I think there was a change to the,
Okay, so I have. Here it comes. Okay. Oh, I did you guys. Okay, so mine is at 84,676.
yep,
The deputy's 198,989.
thank you.
Clerk's 50543. FICA 26,215. IPERS 32,349. And health insurance 128,627.
So then,
Should have added health insurance into it, cause
no,
that's.
but, yeah, but I just wrote
She
down
just
the
wanted the
number.
Yeah,
current
change
numbers,
the
that's all,
numbers,
yeah.
yeah.
So the 26,215, if I do my math right, that's higher than what I figured if you guys got a 6% raise. So I think, Tammy, did you maybe not change your FICA and IPERS from, the deputies from 85% to 80% maybe?
I thought I did. It does say 6%
That's okay,
though.
unless I calculated wrong. 86,305. I'm rounding up a little bit. 102.
But maybe I didn't.
I can't, but three of you certainly can.
26,016.
Hope
Well,
I'm
that
being
might
expensive,
not
but
be-
Yeah, I
Hope we can
come
make
up
it.
with a
No.
little bit different.
Times.
I got a meeting in Evansburg at 1:30.
So FICA 7.65.
Yeah, I drive really fast.
Yeah, I do too. So maybe I didn't change those on mine.
Yeah, so actually, it'll go down, your FICA and IPERS will go down from what's
25.
in there.
Yeah, 25,567 for FICA. Oops, I didn't write that down. Yeah, so I get 25,557, 567 for FICA and 31,550 for
IPERS.
IPERS.
Okay, so then if I figure those two different. For your department, it'd be a change of, if you went to 6%, change for everything, 7,677.
Cause it, just wages would be 6,684.16 is all it would be, just in, without FICA and IPERS.
Yeah, so 7,677 would be your department.
I'm gonna go make those changes
Is
now.
that something we wanna look at for?
That's,
I heard the sigh.
well, it is a lot of change.
Oh, no, I don't take a side from me. Did you hear from me?
No, I was
Oh,
me,
no.
it was
Oh.
me.
Oh, it was you?
No,
I'm like, I didn't
I heard the
sigh.
sigh.
I actually breathed in, I didn't breathe out.
Oh, okay.
It was an inhale, but, no, I just thinking about that.
Well,
So I will argue, when we first initially said the 4%, we were gonna say that it was up for discussion
Oh, yeah,
and that we could potentially look at doing another number and.
it was a starting point, it could
Yeah.
also be an ending point, it could not be an ending point, I mean, that was the
Right.
whole
And that's why
premise of that.
That's why I'm asking, do we want to look into it? Do we want to see where the numbers end up if we do?
well, I mean, if there's a way to figure it out without Tammy making all the changes and then Tammy having to make all the changes back again,
Right,
you know, if we could figure it out department by department, what the difference is, and then we can take that off that fund balance.
Let's see what our ending.
because that'd be coming out of our,
But granted, the FICA and the IPers,
They're all coming out of
they're
different
coming out of
funds.
supplemental.
Yeah, yep.
but the
So-
wages
so,
will be added to the fund balance of general basic,
Yes.
or rural
First-
basic.
But that does bring up a good point though. That is gonna lower our general supplemental.
Yes, it will, absolutely will.
But is it gonna lower
I
it
guess,
to the
I
point?
guess you asked a question, Josh, and I guess I'm not interested, I'm not interested, I don't wanna dominate the conversation, it's just my individual opinion, I'm not interested in changing it from 4 to 6 now. I'm perceiving the 4%, I know it was 0 last year, somebody said you can't go backwards.
Mhm.
I'm not interested in opening up that can of worms at this point.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion.
Fair.
I'm 1 out of 5.
I'm there too, I mean, that's where I was last week. I mean, I understand why, you know, reasoning behind the EMS change, but that's why was on the minority end of that vote, but I mean, I would prefer to leave things as they are too, but. That was my hope, was that we would end up with 4%, and that's probably where we end at. I mean, that was kind of in my head, it really was. So,
Mine too. I mean, if we were gonna do higher, I would wanna do higher for everyone, and that of course
Sure.
affects our fund balance.
Sure.
That's why
Mhm.
that's why I think it's important as the board, and I know we all have different opinions, which is great, right? That's what is supposed to make us work well. But, even though we have different funds, we still have to be mindful of everything, and there's some that we can't change, okay? EMA, they do set their own.
Yep.
Assessors, they set their own. We have a vote, I'm not saying we don't have a vote, we have a vote. But in the ones that we can, we do have a say in overall. I think every year going forward, I'm gonna wanna be consistent. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna change my opinion on that. I think I would like to be consistent. I mean, I even understand the back of the blue, I get it, I get the concept why it's there. But what bothers me about the whole thing is that's just one person.
Mhm.
That's just one person, you know what I mean? So are we back in the blue? You know what I mean?
I fully agree with you.
So, my vote is, I just don't know if y'all ever change from that. I think every year I'm gonna wanna be consistent because I've been on the other side of it and I know how it affects people, and so maybe I'm looking at it in a little bit of a different perspective.
And that's why I kind of brought up the conversation too, is the consistency factor. If we're gonna do 6%, you know, it'd be. It'd only be.
But then it's one, because we made one change in one department,
Yeah.
and suddenly everything changes, you know what I
Right.
mean? So
Well,
that's-
and I went into too under the thought that, you know, cause we had discussed that 4% was gonna be our starting point and that we were gonna discuss, you know, potential later on for increasing that amount, and that's, you know, another reason why I brought it up too, is that, you know, the one part of the conversation was the consistency, the other part of the conversation was the 4% was the starting point, but, I don't know that, I don't know that we'll get there this year, but that's.
And like I said last week, yeah, I was on the minority end of that vote, but it's not, I'm not gonna disapprove of the budget over it. You know, there were a 5-member board for a reason, and so
Right.
makes the world go round is everyone's got different thoughts on things, and that's fine. You know, I don't dislike anybody over it, but it's I guess, but we do need to know today if we're gonna have that conversation. I can't come back after lunch, I gotta go to Emmitsburg for a meeting. But, I mean, the three of you certainly can, it's just.
I don't feel comfortable
We're
with
not
that
coming
because
back with three of us,
Yeah.
I mean, we can come back, but we're not gonna change it.
legally,
Yeah.
legally
We
we
won't change
could,
that
but we're not.
without-
Yeah.
I know, and
Yeah,
that's,
we're
no,
not
that's, I get that, I'm just saying, I can't come back after lunch, so.
Well, and you know, in an effort for fairness of the 4%, I guess I kinda backed that number just because, I think going into it, we really didn't know where our fund balances were going to be.
Yep.
And I'd almost rather, and I'm gonna say it for everybody, I'd rather stick with the 4% for everybody in the hope that next year we can be looking at least the same, if not more, until we know
Yep.
where we're at.
Yeah,
But I think right now, with everything,
and we can also argue the consistency of the insurance, we were looking at changing insurance and we didn't just maintain that consistency for this year too, so
right,
we can,
and
that's a piece of the puzzle.
and that's why I say I think all departments should look at that, because, and I'm saying all departments should look at that, because that didn't change for anyone.
Okay,
I guess I'm hearing things are gonna stay where they're at, is that?
that's kinda what I'm gathering too. I
And
can
the numbers that
push,
Tammy has
but-
plugged in
I don't think
for,
I was,
for the budget.
vague, I thought I was pretty clear where I was
Yeah.
at.
Yep,
and the numbers Tammy has plugged in for the budget are
I'll go
gonna,
through and double check everything. and
yep,
okay,
are where they're at, and that's what's gonna be submitted.
We'll figure out.
For the
dates,
public?
everything, so. And, so in your packets for next week will be all the final stuff before I submit it.
and then you'll get the go-ahead to submit it from us.
I don't have to have the go-ahead to
You don't
submit
have to have the
it, no.
go-ahead, okay.
So.
So you're gonna give us something to look at for next week, and next week, what are we gonna do?
You'll
Nothing?
just let me know if there's gonna be any changes, if you see anything that's.
So there's one more chance, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
It's the final chance.
So, but, I guess if we're not making changes today, then we can take a motion to adjourn too.
Okay.
I'll make that.
Okay, motion by Haas. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Wactor. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Well, thank you
Sorry, I
guys.
didn't say that.
Oh, that's all right.
Still punching something in.
If you don't speak up, you're automatic aye.